Chapter 1634. Then, powerful martial artists in black armor rushed out like a flood. Some sealed the 10th district, while others chased after them. However, most of them quickly spread throughout the sacred hall. These people exuded a cold murderous aura. If anyone dared to act rashly, they would definitely attack without mercy. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb and they did not dare to move. Now, they knew that something shocking had happened. If anyone dared to move, the consequences would be dire. However, more people rose into the air and left the sacred hall to chase after the martial artists. This was because they wanted to see who was so daring to make a move here. Let them go. At this moment, the cold and old voice sounded again. The surrounding enforcement team did not stop the dancers who were leaving. This was because there were too many wonder stones in the sacred hall. Even the Wavering Light's sacred ground and the Goo family were not willing to fight in the sacred hall. Therefore, they also hoped that the martial artists would leave. Soon, all the martial artists had left the sacred hall. The entire holy temple was sealed by a few living fossils of the elders with great magic power. Even if an almighty came, he would not be able to break it. At the same time, another 3 enforcement teams quickly left the sacred hall and chased after the martial artists. Lin Xian and the others naturally followed the crowd and left the sacred hall. Not only that, not long after they left, they saw an intense battle. As the top forces, the Wavering Light's sacred ground and the Goo family naturally had terrifying martial artists. These enforcement teams were extremely powerful. At this moment, they attacked with all their might and soon fought with the martial artists who had snatched the wonder stones. However, the martial artists who had snatched the wonder stones seemed to be even more powerful. Therefore, dozens of enforcement team members died very quickly. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. It was very tragic. Seal. With a long howl, the 3 fossil-level old men flew out and attacked. In the sky, Tao inscriptions appeared and rays of light filled the sky. In an instant, the entire void was sealed. In fact, even Lin Xian was able to sense the energy. Fuck. What is the meaning of this? Even we have been sealed. The dark red divine dragon frowned. As an array expert, he could naturally feel the difference in the surrounding space. Evidently, not only had the living fossil elders sealed the place where the battle had taken place, but they had also sealed all of them in this space. Not only did the dark red divine dragon notice this, but the surrounding martial artists and experts also noticed this, which immediately caused an uproar and panic. What do you mean? Why did you seal this space? That's right, why won't you let us leave? You've gone too far. Everyone roared. At this moment, an old man in the sky said coldly, "Everyone, please don't be alarmed. We are only eliminating the culprit. As long as we can confirm or capture the person who did it, we will let you go. However, during this period of time, I hope that you all will obediently stand here and not move. Otherwise, we will treat you all as enemies and kill you all." Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and despair filled their faces. From the looks of it, the other party would not let them go until they found the murderer. Damn it, who did it? Everyone gritted their teeth. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Now that he couldn't leave, he could only look ahead and carefully observe the battle. After all, this kind of battle between experts was very attractive to him. In front of him, countless experts gathered. On the side of the law enforcement team, many kings' domains shrouded the area. Every domain was extremely terrifying and full of power. However, in the chaos of the storm, a purple saber light suddenly lit up. Demonic chi surged, and the purple saber light was thousands of feet long. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a terrifying energy that spread in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists and those who were watching the battle from afar trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying saber light! Who is it? Many experts exclaimed because they realized that the purple saber light was too powerful. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He even felt the threat of death from the saber light. In front of him, the purple saber light that was thousands of feet long was surrounded by countless runes. It was like a long purple river that surged and roared. As the saber slashed down, dozens of kings' domains were instantly split in half. The originally bright light also quickly dimmed. Not only that, but the kings of the law enforcement team vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces turned pale. What? So powerful! He split so many kings' domains in half with a single saber. Seeing the kings' domains, even the martial artists from the Yaoguang sacred land and Gu family looked grave. The strength of the other party was beyond their expectations. Damn it, who are you? How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Yaoguang sacred land and Gu family? A middle-aged man in black armor stood in the sky and shouted coldly. Humph, cut the crap. Since we dare to attack you, we naturally won't be afraid of you. I advise you old fellows to release the seal quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. An extremely arrogant voice came from the front. Humph, you are trapped by our elders, and you still want to escape. You must be dreaming. The living fossil elders are indeed powerful, but their energy is limited. Every time they attack, they will consume their lifespan. I don't believe that you are willing to let them attack continuously. I'm afraid that even the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred lands can't afford to lose a living fossil elder. The voice came from the front again, and it didn't seem to be nervous. Damn it! Damn it! Many of the martial artists from the sacred palace had ugly expressions. The reason for that was because what he said was correct. That spatial seal was created by the joint efforts of several living fossils. However, those elders didn't have much lifespan left. Every time they attacked, they would consume their own energy. The other party knew this very well, and it was obvious that they had come prepared. Humph, it's okay. We won't attack. We will just use the seal. It won't consume much energy. One of the living fossil elders said coldly. His teeth were almost falling out, but his eyes were sharper than a blade. Everyone around held their breaths and observed carefully. Lin Xian frowned and asked softly, living fossils can't be attacked easily. To be honest, he didn't know about this before. At the side, the dark red dragon explained, indeed, we can't attack casually. At their age, they probably won't live for more than a few years. Their lives are supported by their own energy. Chapter 1635. Back then, I even saw a living fossil elder of a sacred ground fight with his full strength. Although he won in the end, he used up his lifespan and couldn't come back to life. That's true. These living fossils usually don't attack. They only exist as a deterrent. Fatty Luo and Du Fei also explained in a low voice. I see. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. It seemed that the people who attacked this time had calculated this point. That was why they attacked the sacred palace. However, the sacred palace was backed by the sacred ground and the clan of the ancients. Therefore, even if these living fossil elders didn't attack, the remaining people were still very powerful. For example, the captain of the law enforcement team in black armor. He stepped forward, his body emitting a black light. He held a black spear in his hand. It was like a spear from the demonic realm, filled with terrifying energy. As he thrust his spear forward, the sky was filled with black spear lights. They were like countless black streams of light that covered the entire sky. Six-Star King. Let me play with you. On the other side, the arrogant voice sounded, and then a figure appeared. The figure was very tall, but his entire body was covered in a black robe. It was impossible to see whether he was real or not. Even when Lin Xian used his martial Dao heavenly eye to observe, he found that there was a layer of mysterious energy on the other party that blocked all probing. That towering figure stood in the void like a fiend god. Facing the black spear lights that covered the sky, he still didn't move. He was like a pine tree. However, when the black spear lights were less than 100 meters away from him, the tall figure finally moved. He waved his hand, and a purple beast claw quickly formed in the sky. It was dark like a mass of purple fog, completely covering the sky. Accompanying it were thunder, lightning, and strong winds. Boom! As the tall man moved, the huge purple claw quickly descended. Immediately, the surrounding thunder and lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying scene. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was torn apart in an instant. A violent aura swept out in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. The beast claw covered the sky and collided with the black spear lights. Boom! In an instant, the purple beast claw shattered a large area of black spear lights. Not only that, the beast claw attacked the captain of the law enforcement team at an even faster speed. Sweep the world. The law enforcement captain's pupils shrank. He did not expect the purple beast claw to be so terrifying that it could shatter his spear light. With a furious roar, he held the black spear with both hands and swept it out in front of him. At this moment, the black spear seemed to have turned into a black dragon as it rapidly rolled around. The powerful aura made everyone tremble. How terrifying! In the crowd, Lin Xian also exclaimed. Runes flashed in his martial Dao heavenly eye. He quickly stared at every detail. A battle of this level was very valuable to him. In the distance, the black spear rolled, producing an extremely terrifying black light. In the next moment, it suddenly erupted and swept forward. Suddenly, the space in front of him turned completely black. Every inch of the void was filled with the power of the black spear. This was the full power attack of a 6-star king, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. The purple beast claw mercilessly slammed down, instantly destroying the black torrent. Not only that, the terrifying purple beast claw had an unparalleled destructive power as if it could destroy everything. In an instant, the law enforcement captain was sent flying. Puff! The law enforcement captain's entire body was trembling, and the black armor on his body was full of cracks. Blood immediately splattered in the sky. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. In particular, the members of the sacred palace were even more terrified. They knew the strength of the law enforcement captain. He was not a 6-star king, but extremely powerful. It was difficult to find a match for him under the Almighty. However, now, he was seriously injured by a single claw. It was hard to imagine how powerful that purple beast claw was. Impossible, who are you? On the sacred palace's side, countless experts shouted coldly. In the distant crowd, everyone also exclaimed, damn it, this power. Is he an almighty? What? An almighty? After Lin Xian heard it, he was also shocked. He had seen the power of an almighty. Previously, he had met 5 almighties in Feng Mountain. The power of those people could be said to be monstrous. They could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. In front of him, although he could not see the true cultivation aura of the tall mysterious person, he was able to seriously injure a 6-star king with a single palm. Perhaps only an almighty could do that. I told you, you are not enough. Hurry up and release the seal, and everyone will be safe. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The tall mysterious figure said coldly. At this moment, he was standing in the void, surrounded by a terrifying aura, and a purple beast claw was floating above his head. He was like a god fiend, extremely terrifying. So what if you are an almighty? How dare you touch the things of the sacred palace? No one can save you today. On the sacred palace's side, everyone roared. Indeed, so what if he was an almighty? The sacred palace was formed by the Wavering Light's sacred ground and the clan of the ancients. Their foundation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, very soon, an expert walked out. You just behaved atrociously in the sacred palace, so you can stay here today. This time, an old man walked out. His hair was white, and his entire body was filled with blood. He was not an old man at the level of a living fossil, but he was still an elder. At this moment, as he walked, the entire void was strangely distorted, as if it could not withstand his power. An almighty! Everyone exclaimed, their scalps tingling. Only an almighty could have such terrifying power. As expected of the sacred palace, it was extremely terrifying. They had sent out an almighty so quickly. An almighty. However, the mysterious figure sneered and continued to move the purple beast claw above his head, slamming it down quickly. The void was torn apart, and the demonic aura was tumbling. The purple beast claw was like a dark cloud, covering the sky and earth as it fell mercilessly. Petty tricks. Watch me break you. The almighty old man snorted, and suddenly, a violent force of wind and thunder appeared behind him. Suddenly, the area within a radius of dozens of miles turned into a space of wind and thunder. The violent force of thunder and lightning raged in the air, forming a powerful energy that was extremely shocking. The huge space of wind and thunder completely enveloped the mysterious figure. Wind and thunder territory. That's right, this was the Almighty's territory. At this moment, the Almighty's wind and thunder territory was extremely powerful. It was as if Thunder God Yi could dominate the entire space. At the back, Lin Xian and the others were not enveloped by the wind and thunder territory, but the aftershock that was emitted shocked them. Chapter 1636. Behind them, Lin Xian and the others were not enveloped by the wind-lightning domain, but the shockwaves that were emitted were enough to shock them. One could only imagine how terrifying the power of the mysterious person in the wind-lightning domain would be. Humph, you're dead meat in my wind-lightning domain. There's no way out. The Sacred Hall elder snorted. Then, he waved his hand. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning and wind in the sky turned into a terrifying energy attack that shot towards the mysterious person. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure wielded his purple beast claw and slammed it in all directions. Waves of energy collided, bursting out a terrifying black hole that flickered. The entire wind-lightning domain whistled. In the wind-lightning domain of the Sacred Hall Elder, the mysterious figure's strength was suppressed to a certain extent. Therefore, his purple beast claw was completely penetrated by the lightning after 30 moves. Countless gusts of wind turned into a 100-foot-long crescent-shaped blade that instantly shredded the purple beast claw into pieces. Seeing that the opponent's beast claw was destroyed, the Sacred Hall warriors immediately cheered. The people in the distance were also amazed. As expected of a mighty. His attack was so powerful that even such a terrifying beast claw could be destroyed. However, Lin Xian frowned. Because through his martial Dao heavenly eye, he discovered that the mysterious figure did not seem to be anxious. In other words, the other party still had a trump card that he had not used. Mighty. What a good move. You deserve my full strength. The corners of the mysterious figure's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. My blade has been thirsting for blood for a long time. I hope your blood can satisfy it. Humph, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so stubborn. The Sacred Hall elder snorted, his expression extremely cold. He did not believe that the other party could resist his wind-lightning domain. Opposite him, the tall figure waved his hand and grabbed the huge weapon on his back. Immediately, a huge long blade appeared in front of everyone. The long blade was as tall as a person, and it was dark purple in color. There were mysterious runes on it, like demonic runes. It was very strange. From afar, it looked like the scales of some kind of wild beast, emitting a cold purple light. Not only that, there were two yellowish-brown eyes at the tip of the blade, one on the left and one on the right. It was very mysterious. What kind of weapon is this? It's so weird. Everyone was shocked because they discovered that just by looking at that strange large blade, they felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they had been stabbed by a sharp blade. Even Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. Because those two yellowish-brown eyes made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by some peerless beast. Damn it, what is this thing? It's so strange. Even Fatty Luo and Du Fei had serious expressions on their faces. That purple broadsword was too evil, making everyone's hair stand on end. His appearance even caused the entire wind and thunder domain to tremble uneasily. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man from the sacred temple had an ugly expression on his face when he saw this. He didn't expect his opponent's weapon to be so strange. Suppress him. With a cold snort, his entire body blossomed with resplendent light. Mysterious patterns revolved around him, and countless bolts of lightning surged. The entire wind and thunder domain burst out with dazzling light. Lei Chong. With an angry roar, the wind and thunder domain spun rapidly. Endless bolts of lightning carried a strong wind, exploding with a powerful force that smashed towards the mysterious person in front. This attack mobilized the power of the entire wind and thunder domain, and it was extremely violent. In the sky, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning surged, each of them hundreds of feet long. They were like thunder dragons, roaring endlessly. Beside them, there were countless crescent-shaped wind blades, shining with starlight and incomparably sharp. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth quickly enveloped the tall figure. Ha! Break for me! However, in the face of such a violent attack, the tall figure was not afraid at all. He even let out a cold laugh. He held the purple broadsword in his hand, then raised his arm and slashed down. Crack! Like a mirror shattering, the shocking broadsword light was so fast that even the Chinese couldn't see it clearly. However, the consequences of that were incomparably terrifying. The thunder dragon wind blades that filled the sky were instantly cut in half. Even the places that the blade light passed through were left with a vacuum. What? It was cut in half with one slash. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. The warriors on the Sacred Hall's side were even more horrified. This time, an almighty made a move, and the attack was extremely terrifying. The other party was still able to cut it in half with one slash. It was unbelievable. D****, what kind of power is this? The Sacred Hall's almighty's pupils shrank, and his face turned ugly. He was very confident in his attack. This attack could kill anyone below the almighty level. Even among those of the same level, no one could easily withstand it. However, the other party had easily cut his attack apart with one slash. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it at all. Humph, take my next slash. On the opposite side, the tall figure snorted coldly. At this moment, his black robe was fluttering without wind, shining with a black light like a flag. The purple broadsword in his hand was even more evil. The two yellowish-brown eyes seemed to come alive, and it was extremely strange. Not only that, the purple blade was extremely bright and indestructible. Slash! With a slash, the sharp blade instantly exuded an indescribable pressure and powerful force. The purple blade light carried with it thousands of rays of light, and there were even traces of mysterious Tao runes flowing around it. It was too terrifying. Just the aura alone was enough to make warriors tremble. The entire wind thunder domain also trembled violently in an instant, and cracks even appeared in some places. Boom! In an instant, the purple blade light arrived in front of the Sacred Hall Elder, and then suddenly fell. The situation was too terrifying. The sharp blade light could tear a person's soul apart, and it was suffocating. Even the people behind the old man from the Sacred Hall were forced to kneel on the ground by that power. They could not withstand the sharpness of the blade. The Sacred Hall Elder's pupils shrank, and his scalp went numb. He did not expect the other party's power to be so terrifying. Even he was extremely shocked by this saber strike. D***, block it for me. The slash was too fast, and the others could not react in time. He could only defend himself. With a wave of his hand, the wind thunder domain around him quickly revolved, and countless lightning and wind blades quickly condensed in front of him. A huge shield appeared out of thin air and stood in front of him. The shield was completely composed of lightning and wind blades, and it emitted a blurry light as if it had traveled through time and space. On its surface, lines of runes crisscrossed. It was like a thunder mountain that stood in the void. Chapter 1637. Boom! Not long after the lightning shield was formed, the purple blade light quickly chopped down. The two collided, producing a metallic sound. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions like the roar of 10,000 beasts. Suddenly, the surrounding void split open. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and some even trembled. Instantly, countless people channeled their spiritual power to seal their ears. Otherwise, they would be killed by the sound. How terrifying! Lin Xian was shocked as well. Streaks of sword aura appeared around him, isolating him from the terrifying sound. The dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei all did the same. Then, they looked ahead with palpitations. At the point of collision, a terrifying light and energy storm erupted. However, the incomparably valiant lightning shield was actually split into two at this moment. The terrifying purple blade light tore through the sky and directly enveloped the Sacred Hall Elder. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially those from the Sacred Hall. They could not believe it. That was their almighty. He was actually injured by someone. Who was the other party? At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. As for the Sacred Hall Elder, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. All the bones in his body were crackling. It was obvious that many parts of his body had been broken. On his chest, there was a terrifying knife wound. It had almost split him in half. As the Sacred Hall Elder was sent flying, the terrifying domain of wind and lightning disappeared in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could even injure our Almighty. What a terrifying blade! Lin Xian took a deep breath, his martial path eye flickering. Elder! On the other side, the law enforcers cried out in alarm. They all went forward to support the elder. At this moment, a green domain the size of a house instantly enveloped the elder. The green domain emitted a hazy light. Then, an ancient tree grew in the domain. Countless branches trembled and quickly wrapped around the injured old man. Then, a green light exploded, and a strong vitality quickly spread. The injured elder's body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you okay? A middle-aged woman quickly asked. I'm fine. Although I'm seriously injured, I won't lose my life. But you guys have to be careful. That guy is really too strong and too strange. With the nourishment of the ancient tree, the old man's injuries were much better. However, his eyes were still filled with dread. It was obvious that the previous slash had traumatized him. Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding powerhouses also looked solemn. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. No matter what, we have to take him down. Right, that's a wondrous stone transported from Origin Ancient Mine. We definitely can't lose it. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Then, 3 mighty figures stood out with monstrous auras on their bodies. Apart from them, there were also 7 or 8 6-star kings. Such a lineup could be said to be extremely terrifying. The sacred palace's side didn't waste any time. They quickly unleashed their king's domains and charged forward. Wang! The old man from the sacred hall had recovered quite a bit from his injuries. With a flash of his body, he once again deployed the domain of wind and thunder. In an instant, a spatial domain with a radius of dozens of miles enveloped the surroundings. Thunder and lightning spewed out, and a violent wind blew. The terrifying energy caused the entire void to collapse. Good timing. On the opposite side, the tall figure let out a long roar, and endless purple light erupted from his body. The long saber in his hand was incomparably demonic. It was like a demonic beast that let out a low roar. With a slash of the saber, it split the surrounding thunder and lightning. However, at this time, another blue domain quickly enveloped the area. This domain was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared, endless cold air filled the air. The sky was instantly frozen. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and each snowflake could pierce through a king. Frost domain. This was also an Almighty's domain. At this moment it was unleashed with monstrous power. Just the aftermath alone caused a thick layer of ice to form on the bodies of the surrounding warriors. It was as if their entire bodies had been frozen into ice cubes. What a terrifying frost aura! As expected of an almighty. This king's domain was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. Sword cheats circled around his body, flickering indeterminately, completely isolating him from the cold air around him. As for the martial path Heavenly Eye, it was activated to the extreme. His eyes were like 2 divine rainbows as he stared straight ahead. In front of him, the tall figure was frozen. This is a good opportunity. Let's attack together and kill him. With a cold roar, more than 10 kings attacked. There were 3 almighties among them. That energy caused everyone to tremble. Humph! At this moment, the tall figure that was frozen let out a cold snort. Then, countless rays of light shot out from the ice. Each ray turned into a shocking purple saber light that instantly split open. Crack! 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 The ice on his body was instantly shattered into pieces. Not only that, but in front of him, 7 purple saber lights appeared in a row. Each of them was like a purple dragon that roared and rushed forward. Boom! 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 The 7 sharp saber lights carried billowing demonic aura and collided with the energy of more than 10 kings. The void completely split open, and a vast amount of energy surged out. A lot of energy swept toward the tall mysterious figure. The tall mysterious figure snorted coldly. His body swayed, turned into a purple light and retreated. However, he soon frowned. Because at this moment, he was already enveloped by the ice domain. The surrounding ice caused his speed to decrease greatly. Therefore, it did not take long for him to be hit by the energy torrent. Boom! The violent energy exploded, and a figure was sent flying. Great! We hit him. The people from the sacred palace heaved a sigh of relief. With several people working together, they finally hit the other party. Moreover, this energy would seriously injure or even kill an almighty if they were hit. It seemed that the other party would not be spared. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the tall mysterious figure in front of them had indeed been blasted away. The black robe on his body had instantly turned to ashes. However, the other party's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger. What? How is this possible? Is he not injured? How can that be? Even an almighty would not be spared from that terrifying energy. How can he not be injured? Damn it. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? The atmosphere on the sacred palace's side was extremely solemn. The warriors who were watching from afar were all stunned. They did not expect the tall mysterious figure to be so terrifying. Even their combined attacks could not hurt him. Chapter 1638. In the crowd, Lin Xian looked ahead. His pupils constricted as if he had been struck by lightning. As he had used his martial Dao celestial eye, he could see everything clearly. At that moment, after the energy wave, the black robe on the tall mysterious man was torn apart, revealing the clothes underneath. It was a red robe that was as red as blood. On the red robe, there was a black lotus. It was lifelike, as if it was real. A red robe with a black lotus. Wasn't this the person his father had warned him to be careful of? Lin Xian was shocked. In the year since he had arrived in the eastern wilderness, Lin Xian had almost forgotten about it. Moreover, he had never met anyone with a red robe with a black lotus. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. But now, he had met someone with a red robe with a black lotus. How could he not be shocked? His father had told him that the person with a red robe with a black lotus was related to the person who had sealed his spirit meridians. Especially that black lotus, Lin Xian would never forget it. Back then, it was a black lotus that had sealed his spirit meridians and prevented him from cultivating. If it was not for the sword-shaped pendant, he would not have been able to cultivate. Therefore, Lin Xian hated the black lotus to the core. He did not expect to meet someone related to the black lotus here. How could he not be shocked? However, he did not act rashly. Because the power that the other party had displayed was too terrifying. He could not defeat him at all. Power, I need great power. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as his eyes shone brightly. Because his power was too weak now. Compared to an almighty, he was pitifully weak. He had to become an almighty as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to fight against the mysterious man in front of him. I have to become an almighty as soon as possible. Lin Xian took a deep breath and set a goal for himself. Just as he was thinking about this, the situation in front of him changed again. When the surrounding people saw the tall figure, they exclaimed in surprise. When the people from the sacred palace saw this, their pupils constricted. Because the other party was too strange. How could he still stand after receiving such a powerful attack? The tall and mysterious man had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were even more ferocious. He was indeed injured, but it was not fatal. In the end, he had used his king's domain to resist that energy. However, at this moment, his ferocious nature seemed to have been stimulated. His eyes had also turned yellowish-brown, very similar to the two eyeballs on his demonic saber. Not only that, but his entire body also emitted a ferocious aura. Although we didn't manage to kill him, we were able to injure him. Let's join forces again. I don't believe that he won't die after a few more hits. On the Divine Temple's side, several experts gritted their teeth and roared. This was the only way to kill the other party. A cold voice came from the tall figure in front of him. You dare to injure me? All of you must die. He slowly raised his hand, and purple scales faintly appeared on his arm. Endless purple light gathered at the center of his palm, forming a dark purple ball of light that he threw out with a wave of his hand. Whang! The ball of light grew bigger with the wind and instantly became 1,000 feet in size. It was like a purple mountain pressing down on the void. Not only that, but the dark purple ball of light was also spinning crazily, and there was a terrifying aura on it. At the same time, a strange black formation appeared under the purple ball of light. There were mysterious runes drawn on it, and it emitted an ancient aura. What is that? Everyone was stunned. Even the divine temple's side did not understand. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. That was because the huge purple ball of light was spinning non-stop, forming a powerful sucking force. In an instant, 3 kings from the divine temple's side were caught off guard and were sucked away by this force. They were sucked onto the purple ball of light, and as the purple ball of light rotated, they were mercilessly crushed. The purple ball of light and the black formation below it exerted their power, forming a powerful force that instantly crushed the 3 kings into a bloody mist. Bang! Bang! Those 3 6-star kings didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. What? That's terrifying. The divine temple's side had extremely ugly expressions. They realized that the purple ball of light was too terrifying. Not long after, one of the Almighties was sucked in and was immediately seriously injured. Fortunately, the middle-aged woman made a move and enveloped the Almighties with her green domain to heal them. That was the life domain, which could heal a martial artist's injuries and prevent the Almighties from dying. What? Even the Almighties were almost killed. Everyone was shocked and even wanted to escape. However, the divine temple's side was very angry. More experts flew out from the divine temple. Not long after, 2 more Almighties arrived. The 5 Almighties were ready to join forces to kill the tall mysterious man. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the void. Situ, stop fooling around. Completing the mission is more important. When the tall mysterious man heard that voice, he immediately said coldly. Then, he looked forward and said coldly, I'll let you guys go this time. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Humph. Where do you think you're going? The 5 Almighties behind saw that and roared angrily. They turned into 5 streaks of light and charged forward. At that moment, the cold snort came again. At the same time, the clouds in the sky rolled, forming an illusory eye that looked down. Buzz! As soon as this eye appeared, the 5 Almighties who were chasing after him trembled and stopped in their tracks. They looked up at the mysterious eyes with ugly expressions on their faces. Because just now, they felt like they were being stared at by a peerless beast. In fact, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Ever since they became Almighties, they had not felt this way for a long time. It was as if that I could take their lives at any time. At this moment, everyone trembled under the gaze of this gigantic eye. This was because they could not withstand the supreme aura that was emitted at all. In the crowd, Lin Xian also exclaimed, Virtual Sky Eye. This huge eye reminded him of Zhao Shui's eye technique, the Virtual Sky Eye. However, he soon shook his head and denied it. No, this is not the Virtual Sky Eye. It's an even more powerful eye technique. Damn it, what the hell is this? Lin Xian was shocked and also felt a sense of trepidation. Even the light of his martial Dao heavenly eye dimmed a little. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon was still fine. As a member of the dragon race, he was able to withstand such supreme pressure. Fatty Luo and Du Fei also trembled with the crowd. This trembling came from the soul and was uncontrollable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and formed the dragon sword realm, enveloping the dark red dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei. His dragon sword realm was evolved from the great dragon sword. It was a saint technique and could completely isolate this supreme aura. Therefore, when the dragon sword realm appeared, Fatty Luo and Du Fei both breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1639. Fuck, that scared me to death. Fuck. What kind of eye is that? How can it be so terrifying? Those mighty figures are starting to tremble. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's hearts palpitated. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. Damn it, could it be the legendary eye? Even He too, who had been resting, was startled. What a powerful bloodline power. Could it really be the legendary eye? Lin Xian was about to ask what kind of eye it was when a long roar came from the front. Everyone, retreat. This long roar was filled with rage. It was obvious that this was the anger of a living fossil. Hearing this, the 5 mighty figures retreated decisively. That I was too much of a threat to them. Seeing the 5 of them retreat, one of the living fossil elders had a monstrous blood aura that dyed the entire sky red. In the next moment, he stretched out a huge palm that covered the sky and covered a radius of 1,000 miles as he grabbed downward. With a loud bang, air waves rolled, and all the warriors in the sealed space fell to the ground. Only Lin Xian and the others were spared because of the existence of the dragon sword realm. This time, even the tall and mysterious man, who had always been arrogant, narrowed his eyes. Facing the huge hand that covered the sky, even he felt a sense of trepidation as if he was on the verge of death. This was the attack of a living fossil. It was extremely terrifying and even surpassed that of a mighty figure. With a roar, the tall and mysterious man wanted to use all his strength to resist. However, at that moment, a young figure appeared beside him. It was the young man who was with him. That handsome young man was also wearing a red robe with a black lotus. As soon as he appeared, he pulled the tall figure and quickly retreated. Go, this is an order. When the tall middle-aged man heard this, he did not hesitate and left. The 2 of them fled into the distance. Want to run? You're overestimating yourselves. This area has already been sealed. You can't escape at all. Behind them, the warriors from the sacred temple sneered. That was indeed the case. The entire space was sealed by the living fossil elders. Even mighty figures could not escape. No matter how powerful the 2 people in front were, they would not be able to break the seal. Moreover, there was a terrifying palm above them that was mercilessly descending. That palm strike was probably enough to kill a mighty figure. However, the 2 mysterious men did not hesitate at all. They continued to walk into the distance. Soon, the 2 of them arrived in front of the sealing barrier. It was a translucent wall of light with countless runes flickering on it. This was the seal formed by the living fossil elder. Every single rune contained an incomparably unique power. At this moment, they were all connected together and were incomparably powerful. It was like an impenetrable wall that could not be opened at all. However, at this moment, a white flame suddenly floated out of the mysterious eye in the sky. Without any sound, it landed on the barrier. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the barrier melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a hole. Let's go! The handsome young man and the tall middle-aged man turned into lightning and instantly disappeared. What? The seal has been broken. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially those from the sacred hall, who could not believe their eyes. That was the seal formed by the combined efforts of the living fossil elders. How could it be broken by someone? It was too inconceivable. Even the living fossils had gloomy expressions, their gazes uncertain. Boom! In the sky, the huge hand that covered 1,000 miles ruthlessly slammed down, shattering the void. However, the two mysterious men had already disappeared. Damn it! Chase! We must catch them. Angry roars could be heard. Then, a few living fossils and the mighty figures quickly moved and chased into the distance. This was because the missing stone was transported from the Primordium ancient mine. It was extremely mysterious and might contain rare treasures. Therefore, they could not afford to lose it. The warriors from the sacred hall rushed into the distance like a torrent of lightning. At the same time, the surrounding seal also disappeared. Hurry up and run. The surrounding trapped warriors also screamed at this moment. One by one, they moved their bodies and fled in all directions. This was because if they did not leave now, they would not be able to escape when they were sealed again. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Let's go and take a look. To be honest, the two mysterious men were very attractive to him. He wanted to know who they were. What kind of organization did they belong to? He had to figure it out to find the mastermind behind this. Alright, let's go and take a look. To be honest, Fatty Luo and Du Fei were also very confused. Therefore, they discussed and prepared to follow the sacred hall to take a look. However, they were stopped after flying for a few dozen miles. Kid, trying to run. Not so easy. A group of people appeared in all directions and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Kid, how dare you offend the Tuoba family? You're dead this time. Humph, hand over the 10,000 lightning hammer, or today will be the day you die. Cold laughter could be heard. It was extremely cold and sent chills down one's spine. It turned out that the people who stopped Lin Xian were none other than the Tuoba family and the 10,000 lightning sect. The strongest few were Tuoba Yi, Tuoba Yulong, and the 10,000 lightning saint. However, the unfettered saint and the unfettered sect did not come. Among them, Tuoba Yi, Tuoba Yulong, and the 10,000 lightning saints' eyes burned with rage. They could not wait to cut Lin Xian into pieces to vent their anger. Who was I? So it's a bunch of losers. Why? You're not convinced. How dare you find trouble with us? Fatty Luo snorted in disdain. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, the consequences of offending us will be dire. Du Fei sneered. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the 10,000 lightning hammer today, don't even think about leaving. The 10,000 lightning saint's face darkened. The 10,000 lightning hammer was his weapon and a treasure of the 10,000 lightning sect. He could not lose it. Otherwise, he would definitely become the laughing stock of the entire eastern wilderness. Tuoba Yulong's aged eyes shone with a terrifying light. The two of you are the descendants of the 10 villains, so we won't touch you. However, we won't let that Lin kid off. How dare you offend the Tuoba family? You must pay the price. Hand over the 6 divine crystals and the earth-grade cultivation technique. Hand over your spirit-seeking art and eye technique, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Tuoba Ye's expression was hideous. As a prodigy of the Tuoba family, he was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. However, he had suffered at the hands of Lin Xian time and time again. He could not accept this. Not only that, but Lin Xian's eye technique and spirit-seeking art made him extremely greedy. Chapter 1640. To be honest, it wasn't just the Tuoba family and Myriad Thunder sect. There were countless figures in the surroundings. They were like ghosts, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian did have a great treasure. Not to mention the myriad thunder hammer, just the 6 divine crystals and a peak earth tier cultivation technique were enough to make countless people jealous. If it weren't for the Tuoba family and myriad thunder sect, there would probably be other experts who would come to intercept them. Hurry up and scram. If you anger us, aren't you afraid of the 10 villains' revenge? Fatty Luo snorted. However, the myriad thunder saint only grinned. Don't scare us. The 10 villains are powerful, but they aren't here. Moreover, we're just taking back what belongs to us. The 10 villains can't do anything about it. Tuoba Yulong also smiled. Don't worry, young masters. We won't hurt you. At that time, even the 10 villains wouldn't be able to say anything. As he spoke, he waved the dragon-headed cane in his hand. Immediately, the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. In the next moment, the ground beneath Fatty Luo and Du Fei's feet cracked. 6 light pillars as thick as buckets surged from the ground, connecting the sky and directly enveloping Fatty Luo and Du Fei. You two young masters, just stay inside and watch the battle properly. Tuoba Yulong's old voice sounded. The 6 light pillars flickered with incomparable light and contained a powerful aura, enveloping Fatty Luo and Du Fei. Fuck, damn old bastard. How dare you seal me? Fatty Luo was furious. He waved his hand and slapped forward. Immediately, a golden palm covered in countless runes slammed into the 6 beams of light. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the world shook. However, the 6 pillars of light were completely intact. They had not been blasted apart. Damn it, what is this? Du Fei also clenched his teeth and waved the folding fan in his hand. Several silver light blades quickly slashed down. His cultivation wasn't low. Even a 4-star king would find it difficult to resist these silver light blades. However, at this moment, they only burst into countless sparks when they hit the 6 light pillars. They didn't break. Stop struggling, you two. This is our Tuoba family's unique spirit-seeking technique. You can't break it. Tuoba Yi had a complacent expression. This is borrowing the power of the earth spirit vein. It is impossible for you people to break it open. He was right. Seeker spirit masters were not only good at stone gambling, but they were also very good at fighting. That was because their spirit-seeking technique was able to find earth spirit veins and borrow their power to fight. That was how the 6 light pillars of spiritual qi were condensed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up his sleeve. Activating his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, he discovered that the 6 light pillars were indeed connected to an earth spirit vein. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded, his expression cold. If you want to kill me with just these methods, you're dreaming. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. Start a massacre? With just you? Tuoba Yi snorted in disdain. Junior, you're too arrogant. You don't have the right to say such words in front of me. Tuoba Yulong's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The saint son of 10,000 thunder sneered. Reckless thing, go to hell. He waved his hand, and countless lightning bolts surged out. At the same time, Tuoba Yulong waved his dragon-headed walking stick. Instantly, the earth trembled again. The ground beneath Lin Xian's feet cracked open, and multiple light pillars roared out like dragons. Ha, kid, die. Mo Pei Yi laughed maniacally. He seemed to be able to see Lin Xian being killed. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he executed his extreme movement technique and instantly disappeared. Boom! Boom! The sky full of divine lightning and huge spiritual chi light pillars all mished. What? What fast speed? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the other party to have such speed. On the other side, Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and directly disappeared, dodging 2 sharp attacks. Then, he didn't stop. He turned into a beam of light and charged forward. Since both parties had become enemies, there was no need for him to hold back. In an instant, he appeared before Tuobiyi. The Dragon Sword Realm was quickly executed and shrouded Tuobiyi. Damn it! Get lost! Tuobiyi's expression was ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to target him the moment he appeared. With a furious roar, he waved both his palms and slammed towards Lin Xian. As a genius of the Tuoba family, he wasn't only a seeker spirit master, but his martial cultivation wasn't weak either. He was a 4-star king. At this moment, he waved both his palms and formed 2 jade palms that blasted forward. Mystic Jade Palms. This was an Earth-tier mid-grade martial art that was extremely powerful. However, in front of Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Realm, it couldn't even retaliate. Resplendent sword chi flashed and directly shattered the mystic jade palms. Tuobiyi screamed and quickly retracted his palms. His face was extremely distorted. Because his palms had countless cuts and were dripping with blood. Some places even revealed white bones. In just a single move, he was severely injured. He couldn't believe it. At the same time, he was extremely terrified. Previously, he had already used his eye technique to check on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was only a 2-star king. Such a person wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying combat strength despite his weak cultivation. That sharp sword chi didn't even give him any chance to retaliate. Therefore, at the next moment, he retreated frantically and screamed, "Elder, save me." Everything seemed slow, but it only happened in an instant. When Tuobi Yulong saw this, he was infuriated. Lin Xian actually dared to make a move on Tuobiyi. He couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, with a furious roar, he quickly waved his dragon-headed walking stick. With a flash of light, that walking stick seemed to have come alive and turned into a yellow dragon that surged forward rapidly. He wanted to save Tuobiyi. However, Lin Xian snorted. With a wave of his palm, the Dragon Sword Realm instantly enveloped Tuobiyi. The sky was filled with sharp sword chi that slashed down mercilessly. PFFF. PFFF. Tuobiyi's body was instantly penetrated by countless sword chi. The defense on the surface of his body was completely useless. Fresh blood spurted as Tuobiyi fell down rapidly with endless unwillingness and fear. Until this moment, he still didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill him so easily. "Ah! Kid, I want you dead." Seeing Tuobiyi killed, Tuobi Yulong roared crazily and looked extremely malevolent. Because Tuobiyi was a genius of the Tuoba family's younger generation. Not only was his cultivation high, but his spirit-seeking technique was also exceptional. He was highly valued among the younger generation. This time, he had even followed Tuobi Yulong to participate in the Sacred Hall Stone Gambling Convention. However, he didn't expect to be killed here. Chapter 1641. At this moment, Tuobi Yulong had gone completely crazy. His white hair fluttered rapidly, and he looked like a demon. As he waved his walking stick, the ground cracked rapidly. Earth spirit veins rushed out from the ground one after another, turning into swords and knives that slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge quickly. Coiling Snake Stick. Tuobi Yulong attacked crazily. The dragon-head walking stick in his hand turned into a ferocious python that instantly enveloped the void. It bit at Lin Xian. This dragon-head walking stick was not simple. It was an earth-grade treasure. At this moment, its energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the ferocious dragon snake head locked onto Lin Xian. Die, brat! The whole void shook violently as the staff swept down. Even a 5-star king wouldn't be able to withstand the shocking energy. Lin Xian let out a cold snort as his eyes lit up. Myriad sword art, 9,000 swords power. With a low bellow, the dragon sword domain rotated rapidly. 9,000 sharp sword beams quickly combined to form a gigantic heavenly sword, which slashed forward ruthlessly. Lin Xian's myriad sword art had already reached greater mastery. When he used it now, it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The power of 9,000 swords formed a gigantic heavenly sword that was incomparably terrifying. It directly blasted the dragon-head walking stick back. Boom! Boom! Tuobi Yulong took 3 steps back, creating a huge crack in the void. At the same time, his face was full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? He was too shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5-star king. However, not only was the other party fine, but he was also blasted back. He couldn't believe that a 2-star king could have such powerful combat strength. At the same time, the myriad Thunder Saint's expression was also solemn. He was also extremely shocked. Therefore, in the next moment, he pushed his combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge lightning domain instantly formed, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Lightning rolled in the sky, and the myriad Thunder Saint stood in the void like a thunder god. In the next moment, he attacked ruthlessly. Hand of the Thunder God. The domain of thunder and lightning above churned as countless bolts of lightning surged, forming a giant hand of thunder and lightning that connected heaven and earth. With shocking power, it slammed downwards. Boom! That giant lightning hand was several hundred feet long. It stretched out from the thunderclouds in the sky, as if it was the real hand of the heavens. How terrifying! Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and swallowed their saliva. This should be the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Thunder Sect, the hand of the Thunder God. It's hard to imagine that the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun has cultivated it to such a level. It's over. I'm afraid that Lin Kid won't be able to fight back. What a pity. 6 divine gems and a top Earth-class cultivation technique are going to fall into the hands of the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Xian was doomed. As for Lin Xian, he supported the dragon sword domain. His expression was incomparably cold, and his body was surrounded by sword chi. The dragon sword domain collided with the lightning domain, producing a sound like that of a tsunami. Endless cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, Lin Xian performed the first level of the 6-god sword technique. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain was surrounded by countless red sword chi, and at the same time, an illusory sword god shadow faintly appeared. The sword god shadow sat cross-legged in the void like an ancient sword god, and its terrifying aura suppressed all directions. Kill! Lin Xian raised the 9 Hell Demon sword and roared. Immediately, the sword god's image filled the sky with red sword light as it charged upwards. Crack! With a loud sound, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's hand of the Thunder God was attacked by the sword chi, and countless cracks appeared. Then, it exploded and scattered in all directions. What? The Thunder God's hand is broken. How is that possible? The surrounding people exclaimed in disbelief. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun was even more shocked. His Thunder God's hand was extremely terrifying. How could his opponent resist it? However, he didn't have time to think. The next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly retreated to the side. That was because the Red Sword God's phantom was charging towards him at high speed. That fierce aura made him feel like he was on the verge of death. Buzz! A red sword chi was emitted from the sword god's shadow and instantly slashed in front of him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun dodged the sword chi by force. However, the aftermath of the sword chi made him feel pain all over and his body almost split open. After missing the attack, the red sword god's shadow quickly dimmed. Then, it returned to Lin Xian's dragon sword realm and sat down cross-legged. Lin Xian didn't argue with his opponent. He had already sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon, asking it to help Du Fei and Fatty Luo crack the 6 spiritual chi light pillars. Now, it had been successfully cracked. Let's go. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly came to their side. The dragon sword realm roared and turned into a flying dragon, carrying everyone and rushing into the distance. He didn't want to stay here for too long. Because he had many treasures with him, even if he killed Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, there would be more people coming. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Under the extreme speed of the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian and the others were extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared into the horizon. Want to run? Damn it, chase after him. Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. Both of them had suffered a great loss. How could they let Lin Xian go? After hearing that, the martial artists around them also moved. They followed behind Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, turning into streaks of shocking light as they chased forward. The martial artists hiding in the surroundings also followed silently. Because the treasures this time were too abundant. Whether it was the 10,000 Thunder Hammer, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron in Lin Xian's hands, the 6 Divine Nerves, or a top Earth-grade cultivation technique. Any one of them could make countless people jealous. At this moment, all of these things were in Lin Xian's hands. How could they not go crazy? No one gave up. They all chased after him. Of course, they all followed unhurriedly. Because they wanted the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and the others to fight with Lin Xian. When both sides were injured, they would appear and reap the benefits. However, half a day later, everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Because they had lost track of him. Not only the hidden martial artists behind them, but even the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and Tuoba Yulong looked ferocious. The other party's speed was too fast. They couldn't keep up at all. Even if the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun had the speed of lightning, he was still a little slower. Damn it! Everyone gritted their teeth. Investigate. We must find out that kid's identity. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun gritted his teeth. He had to take back the 10,000 Thunder Hammer. Not only that, he also wanted to kill the other party and snatch the treasures on him. Tuoba Yulong had the same idea. Therefore, he also asked the people of the Tuoba family to hurry up and find out about the other party. Moreover, he also spread the word that if anyone could provide information about the other party or help him catch the other party, he would give someone a strange stone for free. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Tuoba Yulong was an extremely powerful seeker. Although he lost to Lin Xian last time, no one doubted his strength. Unexpectedly, in order to catch Lin Xian this time, he actually agreed to give away a strange stone. This was absolutely shocking news. Chapter 1642. The 10,000 Thunder Saint gave the order to track down Lin Xian with all their might. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew quickly with Fatty Luo and the others. A day later, they were finally far away from the sacred palace. Lin Xian's speed also came to a halt. Fuck. Damn the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the Tuoba family. I'll remember this. I'll never let them off the hook. Fatty Luo gritted his teeth. As the descendants of the 10 great villains, no one dared to lay a hand on them. But this time, that Tuoba Yulong dared to lay a hand on them. How despicable. Yes, we must take revenge. Du Fei also snorted. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No hurry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I may have to return to the sect now. Brother Lin, are you going back? Fatty Luo and Du Fei were reluctant to part with him. Yes, the sect's mission is completed, and the deadline is almost up. I have to go back quickly. They chatted for a while. Then, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon bid farewell to Fatty Luo and Du Fei and set off again. Indeed, the alchemy sect gave him a month's time. Now that it was almost time, Lin Xian had to go back. Otherwise, he would arouse the sect's suspicion. 2 days later, he came to the place where he had landed and waited for the gate to open. Sure enough, the alchemy sect's teleportation array appeared in the sky again at the specified time. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he directly entered the gate with the dark red dragon. When he came out again, he was already back at the alchemy sect. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he circulated the longevity incantation to stabilize the spiritual power in his body. He was now very far away from the sacred palace. Even if a king could fly, it would take him a few years to reach there. Therefore, it was impossible for the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the others to find him. Moreover, what made him even happier was that the harvest this time was too great. 6 divine gems and a top Earth-class cultivation technique. This was definitely a sky-high price. If anyone knew about this, they would definitely go crazy with jealousy. Lin Xian was also very careful. He returned to the sect and hurriedly handed in the mission. Then, he returned to his own mountain and went into seclusion. Lin Xian raised his hand and set up a seal. He gave 2 of the divine crystals to the dark red divine dragon and kept the other 4 for his own cultivation. This divine crystal was worthy of being called a rare treasure. Lin Xian was overjoyed by its abundant energy. For nerves had allowed his cultivation base to reach the late-stage 2-star king realm. The dragon sword domain was strengthened once again. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian opened his eyes. This time, it took him half a month to absorb the divine crystals. This kind of speed of improvement was astonishing. Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current state. With a flip of his palm, he took out the peak earth tier cultivation technique. He didn't have a cultivation technique of this level in his hands at the moment. The apocalyptic black dragon fist was an extremely terrifying fish technique. Its power surpassed any of the martial arts cultivation techniques that Lin Xian currently possessed. However, although this cultivation technique was powerful, the requirements for the cultivator were also very high. First of all, to use this fist technique, one had to have an extremely strong physique. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this fist technique. Moreover, the cultivator also needed to have a trace of the bloodline of dragons in order to be able to fully execute the apocalyptic black dragon fist. It could be said that these conditions were very harsh and difficult for ordinary people to meet. Especially the second condition. After Lin Xian saw it, he snorted coldly. No wonder the other party gave him a top cultivation technique so readily. Because in the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible to cultivate. With a strong physique, it was possible. If one wanted to use the bloodline of dragons, one had to be a dragon like the dark red divine dragon, or a demon race related to dragons. The other possibility was to slay a dragon and obtain its bloodline power. However, this kind of situation was even rarer. Therefore, this apocalyptic black dragon fist could only be looked at and could not be cultivated. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Others couldn't cultivate it, but he could. He had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was a very special dragon soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's current state was equivalent to a dragon. It was just that they weren't real dragons. However, to cultivate this apocalyptic black dragon fist, it was indeed enough. This apocalyptic black dragon fist was very fierce and abnormally fierce. It was very difficult to cultivate. This set of fish techniques also contained 5 killer moves. It could be said that its power was extremely great. The more Lin Xian looked at it, the more delighted he became. If he used the apocalyptic black dragon fist, coupled with his dragon sword domain, he would definitely be able to unleash a terrifying combat strength. Therefore, in the following days, Lin Xian was completely immersed in cultivating the apocalyptic black dragon fist. Time passed quickly. During this period, the sect sent a blue wave pill. Other than that, Lin Xian had been in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Xian was now at the entry level of the apocalyptic black dragon fist. From this point, it could be seen how difficult this apocalyptic black dragon fist was to cultivate. Because in the past, in a month's time, Lin Xian could almost cultivate a middle-grade earth-tier martial art to the small success stage. And now, he was only at the entry level. As expected of a top-grade earth-tier martial art. Lin Xian also exclaimed in surprise. However, even if he had just entered the entry level, the power was incomparably terrifying, even surpassing a middle-grade earth-tier martial art at the large success stage. However, he didn't continue to cultivate. Because the entire alchemy sect suddenly heard a low bell sound. Obviously, something big had happened. Clang! The melodious bell sound slowly echoed throughout the entire alchemy sect. Lin Xian stood up and withdrew the surrounding defensive array. Then, his figure flashed and flew into the distance. Along the way, he saw many core disciples also soar into the sky. Obviously, these people had received the news. Lin Xian. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Xian turned around and saw a beautiful figure rushing toward him at high speed. Chu Yu. Lin Xian smiled. You're here too. Of course, how can I not come for such a big matter? Chu Yu smiled. Do you know, this is a good opportunity for us. Good opportunity. What opportunity? Lin Xian was puzzled. You don't know. Chu Yu was surprised. What do you usually do? I've been in seclusion these days. Why? Something big happened in the sect. Lin Xian scratched his head and asked with a smile. It is indeed a big matter, but it's not just our alchemy sect. Chu Yu said, do you know that in a while, it will be the day of the Holy Land selection? As a subsidiary sect of the Yaoguang Holy Land, our alchemy sect has a chance to participate in the selection every 10 years. This time, it's our turn. Chapter 1643. Some of these core disciples might be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground directly. Chu Yu said with a smile. What? The sacred ground sect selection. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. He did not expect such a thing to happen. After Chu Yu's explanation, Su Chen understood. The sacred ground sect selection was held once every 10 years. It was a competition between the 3 subsidiary sects of the Yaoguang sacred ground. In the end, the top 3 would have a chance to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the alchemy faction and its disciples. The sacred ground was the top force in the eastern wilderness. It was an overlord that was on par with the remote antiquity families. Every disciple of the sacred ground was an extremely outstanding genius. Their strength was terrifying and unimaginable. Moreover, the sacred ground's foundation was very rich. If one could enter the sacred ground to cultivate, it would definitely be a great fortune. Lin Xian and Chu Yu chatted as they flew quickly. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the alchemy faction square. At this moment, there were already many people gathered there. These were all core disciples. Only core disciples were qualified to participate in the sacred ground selection. Lin Xian took a rough look and realized that there were about 300 core disciples. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. At this moment, these people had excited expressions on their faces. This was because they knew that this time, there was a high possibility that someone among them would break through and become a sacred ground disciple. That would be an unparalleled honor and a great fortune. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and Chu Yu's landing immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, most of them looked at Chu Yu. It could not be helped. She was a personal disciple and had a high status. Among the core disciples, she was also a top existence. Such a person would definitely be an extremely powerful opponent in the sacred ground selection. Therefore, these core disciples paid special attention. As for Lin Xian, they only glanced at him and then no longer paid attention. This was because they found that he was only a late-stage 2-star king. This cultivation was too weak. They did not even understand how he became a core disciple. Such a person was nothing more than cannon fodder in the Holy Land selections. Therefore, they would not waste too much energy to pay attention. Lin Xian shook his head slightly in the face of the disdainful gazes. These people simply did not know what was called jumping ranks to battle. After Lin Xian and Chu Yu arrived, more and more core disciples arrived. The entire square was filled with martial artists, their powerful auras connecting heaven and earth. Not long after, the door to the main hall opened. A group of elders walked out from within. The person at the front was an old man in a robe. He was the sect master of the alchemy sect, Dan Chenzi. Lin Xian was slightly surprised to see him. He hadn't expected Dan Chenzi to appear at a time like this. It seemed like he had underestimated the importance of the Holy Land selections. At the side, all the core disciples bowed to the front. Greetings, sect master. No need to be so courteous. Dan Chenzi smiled and said, I'm sure you know why I've gathered you here. That's right. I've gathered all of you here for the Holy Land selection. As expected. Upon receiving the affirmation of the sect leader, the surrounding core disciples were all agitated. There was nothing that could be done about it. Among these core disciples, the youngest was in their 20s, while the oldest was already over 100 years old. However, they were all kings. Therefore, in terms of appearance, the core disciples who were over 100 years old looked like they were in their 30s. However, they had been waiting for this day for a long time. In front of them, Dan Chenzi slowly said, the Holy Land selection this time is no different from the previous ones. It's also divided into 3 stages. An elder will lead you to the first 2 stages. As for me, I'll be waiting for your return at the 3rd stage. At that time, not only me, but the experts of the Wavering Light Sacred Land will also be there. I hope all of you will perform well and strive to enter the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Yes, we'll do our best to enter the Holy Land. The group of core disciples was excited. Lin Xian was slightly puzzled because he didn't know what the 3 stages were. However, it wouldn't take long for him to find out. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Some of the surrounding core disciples were already in discussion. With my cultivation, the first stage isn't a problem at all. The second stage is fine too. However, the 3rd stage is a little difficult. Yeah, I wonder what outstanding geniuses will appear from the other two sects this time. Our Dan's sect will be led by the 10 direct disciples. These people were discussing animatedly. It was obvious that they were participating in the Holy Land selection. Lin Xian perked up his ears and listened for a while. He had a rough understanding of the situation. The Wavering Light Sacred Land had 3 subsidiary sections. They were the Dan sect, the High Void sect, and the Purple Sun sect. These 3 sects were similar in strength, but the Purple Sun sect was the strongest. The other 2 sects also had more than 300 core disciples. Moreover, the 3 sects were led by the 10 direct disciples and formed the strongest echelon. And every time, the top 3 would always emerge from these personal disciples. Among these direct disciples, there were 3 senior direct disciples. They were the Dan sect, Dan Feng. The High Void sect, Shaoqing. The Purple Sun sect, Ding Peng. These 3 people were powerful and unfathomable. It was rumored that they could already stand shoulder to shoulder with the disciples of the Peerless Sacred Land and the clan of the Ancients. It could be said that they were the hot favorites in this competition. Lin Xian listened from the side and secretly memorized these people. On the other side, after Dan Chenzi finished speaking, another sect elder walked out and distributed some things to the core disciples. Among them was a jade scroll and a few pills. The jade scroll recorded the basic content of the Holy Land selection. The pills were probably prepared for them. They were recovery or healing pills. At this moment, Dan Chenzi chuckled and said again. Now, you've received the pills. There's a purple pill among them. Swallow it now and I'll help you increase your strength. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and then overjoyed. Soon, everyone swallowed the purple medicinal pellets they'd obtained in their hands. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He knew that Dan Chenzi wasn't a good person. He probably didn't have good intentions for letting them take the pill. However, if he didn't take it, he would definitely attract attention. Therefore, he could only swallow the purple pill and quickly circulate the longevity incantation. He hoped that the longevity incantation could reverse the flow and discover the difference in the pill. As expected, after swallowing the pill, the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body reversed. This meant that there was definitely something wrong with the pill. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and didn't expel it immediately. Chapter 1644. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and did not expel it immediately. However, he did not absorb it. Dan Chenzi nodded in satisfaction when he saw that all the core disciples had consumed the purple pill. All right, go back and prepare. Gather here in 3 days. An elder will lead you. Yes, we'll take our leave. All the core disciples bowed again. Then, they rose into the air and returned to their mountains. Lin Xian bid farewell to Chu Yu and left as well. After returning to the mountain, Lin Xian raised his hand and set up a defensive array to prevent others from probing. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the purple pill. Damn, there's something wrong. The dark red dragon also jumped out with a frown. Kid, are you still going to participate in the Holy Land trials? I think the alchemy faction is very strange. I'm afraid they're plotting something. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. Of course, I'm going to participate. If I withdraw now, I'm afraid the alchemy faction will hunt me down. Moreover, I think the alchemy faction's secret will be exposed during the Holy Land trials. When the time comes, I want to see what Dan Chenzi is plotting. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the rest came to the alchemy faction square again. This time, 3 elders and more than 10 deacons were leading the group. One of the 3 elders had a very powerful aura. Lin Xian estimated that he was at the almighty level. The alchemy faction's almighty waved his hand and a huge spirit boat rose into the air. Then, Lin Xian and the other core disciples all boarded the spirit boat and flew into the distance. The spirit boat was very fast, like lightning. Even so, it took 10 days to reach its destination. The serene moon forest was very vast. It was surrounded by mountains. The huge spirit boat was descending towards one of the valleys. The valley was very big. From the sky, it looked like a half moon. When they got closer, they realized that there were many people in the valley. The descent of the alchemy faction's spirit boat naturally attracted attention. Soon, a ray of red light flew over from the half-moon valley. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Pill sect. A laugh rang out. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His aura was powerful. He had reached the level of a 6-star king. So it's fellow Taoist Han. The alchemy ancestor also smiled slightly. Then, the other 2 elders and a dozen deacons beside him also quickly greeted the red-robed middle-aged man. Looking at these people, there was a trace of respect and fear. Don't look down on him just because he's a 6-star king. Our alchemy sect and the other 2 sects don't dare to behave atrociously here. Chu Yu said via voice transmission. Can you guess why? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, could it be that the other party is from the Yaoguang Holy Land? That's right. The other party is from the Wavering Light Holy Land. Even our alchemy sect's almighty wouldn't dare to be rude to them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had seen the might of an almighty before. Such a person could be said to be an overlord in the eastern wilderness. However, a 6-star king from the Yaoguang Holy Land could make an almighty feel fear. One had to admit that the Holy Land's strength was too terrifying. In front, a few elders and the red-robed middle-aged man discussed for a while. Then, the alchemy ancestor turned around and said, we're going to discuss the competition. You guys can go down by yourselves. Communicate with your senior and junior brothers from the other sections. Yes. Everyone agreed. Then, one by one, they rose into the air and flew down. The Half-Moon Valley had beautiful scenery and abundant spirit chi. It was a good place to rest. At this moment, the arrival of Lin Xian and the other alchemy sect disciples naturally attracted the attention of the Purple Sun sect and Lingshu sect. Among them, the 10 core disciples of the alchemy sect stood at the front. They descended forcefully, bringing with them countless gusts of wind. It's the alchemy sect. In the valley, the people from the other 2 sects also narrowed their eyes. Their expressions were solemn. They had no choice. This time, they weren't here to sightsee. It was a very intense competition. It could be said that everyone was a potential opponent. Dan Feng, how have you been? At this moment, a very handsome young man in white walked out and looked forward with a smile. Although his body didn't emit any light, there was an aura that made everyone feel uncomfortable. Xiao Cheng. Dan Feng was a very beautiful woman. She wore a 5-colored robe and there was a serious look on her beautiful face. Her pair of long and narrow eyes flickered with a bright light. At the same time, there was a fiery red light on her body that overlapped like a phoenix. It carried a scorching aura. Immediately, the aura of the entire valley rose by a lot. So powerful. The surrounding disciples were shocked and their expressions were incomparably solemn. The young man in white smiled and said, looks like your fire phoenix technique has broken through again. You're not bad either. I'm afraid you've already cultivated the Lingshu technique to the 6th level. Dan Feng's voice was cold, but it was abnormally pleasant to hear. I'm nothing. I'm afraid that Ding Peng is even more powerful. I heard that his Purple Sun divine technique has already broken through to the 7th level. The 7th level. Even Dan Feng frowned when she heard this. What a troublesome guy. Hee, it's my honor to be praised by Fairy Dan Feng. Another laughter sounded. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a young man in a purple robe with a devilish smile on his face. There was a purple aura floating on his body. It was very mysterious. Ding pang. On the alchemy sect side, there was also a burst of exclamations as if they were facing a great enemy. Ding pang. The eldest direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect. His strength was terrifying. Probably no one in the entire valley was his match. The only ones who could fight against him were their eldest senior sister, Dan Feng, and the eldest direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect, Xiaoqing. In the distance, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and kept sizing up the three of them. These three should be the top geniuses of the three major sections. Not bad, they are indeed very strong. But compared to the Thousand Thunder Saint, they seem to be a little lacking. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he kept comparing in his heart. How about it? Do you want to spar? Ding Peng stood in the void and asked indifferently. Forget it, there's no need to spar. When it comes to the 3rd stage, a battle will do. Dan Feng shook her head slightly. Then, her figure swayed and came to the valley. I won't fight with you either. On the other side, Xiaoqing of the Spirit Void sect also laughed. Recently, I've been cultivating a kind of lost art. I'll have a breakthrough in the next 2 days. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you an unexpected surprise. As he said that, his body and mind swayed and he landed below. No matter what you cultivate, you're not my match. Chapter 1645. Next, everyone rested in this valley, waiting for the upcoming first round. Through the jade slip, Lin Xian already knew the content of the first round. It was a team competition. Everyone would form different teams and enter the Hidden Moon Forest together. Each small team could only have a maximum of 3 people. At the very least, they could act alone. Under normal circumstances, no one would act alone because it was easy to be eliminated in this situation. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Dan Feng and Ding Peng probably disdained to form a team with others. As for the others, they would probably form a 3-person team. At the very least, it would be a 2-person team. Every team would be given half a jade pendant. And what these teams had to do was to snatch other people's jade pendants in the forest and form a complete jade pendant. Only by forming a complete jade pendant within the stipulated time and handing it over to the designated location would they be considered to have passed. This was the content of the first round. It looked very simple. But there were some hidden traps in it. One of them was that other than the team itself, no one knew which half of the jade pendant the other teams had obtained. This required the martial artist to search for it himself. Moreover, the more important point was that this first round was very easy to eliminate people. Because there would be experts who would carry out a thorough cleaning inside. Those people were powerful and had also completed a complete jade pendant. But they would not stop. Instead, they would attack others crazily and eliminate them. It could be said that it was very cruel. Next, it was to form teams. Basically, it was a combination of disciples from each sect. There were very few combinations between sections. Lin Xian, let's form a team. At this moment, Chuyu walked over with a smile. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, a few handsome young men walked towards Chuyu. And said with a smile, Junior Sister Chu, let's go together. Yes, Junior Sister, we can protect you. Kid, you can leave. There's nothing for you here. A few people looked coldly at Lin Xian. And the surrounding martial artists also whispered and could not help but pull away. Because those who dared to form a team with Chu Yu were definitely personal disciples. Ordinary core disciples had no chance at all. And this kind of personal disciple, ordinary people did not dare to provoke at all. Senior brothers, don't say that. Junior brother Lin is very powerful. Chu Yu, quickly mediate. Powerful. After the two personal disciples heard this, a trace of disdain appeared at the corners of their mouths. How powerful could a late-stage 2-star king realm be? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he said to Chu Yu, "You can team up with them. I have other choices." With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. Previously, he had indeed wanted to team up with Chu Yu, because in the entire Pill sect, he only knew Chu Yu. But now, he would choose to act alone. Because being alone was more suitable for him. Seeing Lin Xian leave, Chu Yu also sighed. However, this was also good. This way, it would prevent Lin Xian from having a conflict with his personal disciple. She knew that the personal disciples beside her possessed extremely terrifying strength. If Lin Xian was here, the two sides would definitely clash, and the one who would suffer would be Lin Xian. This was not the result that Chu Yu wanted to see. "Alright, senior brothers, let's form a team." Chu Yu sighed. At the same time, the others also quickly formed teams. Most were 3-person teams, but there were also some 2-person teams. At this time, Lin Xian appeared very strange. Because beside him, there were no other disciples. He was alone. This kind of solo action immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Many disciples even revealed disdainful sneers. With his bit of strength, he still wants to act alone. Really doesn't know how the word death is written. Going in like this is an existence of cannon fodder. Ignore him. One disciple after another sneered, not placing Lin Xian in their eyes at all. But Lin Xian's expression was calm because he was very confident in himself. Acting alone, apart from Lin Xian, there was another person on the Pill sect side. That was the eldest personal disciple, Dan Feng. She similarly did not find anyone to team up with. While High Void Sect's Xiao Qing, as well as Purple Sun's Ding Ping, were both acting alone. Very soon, each group began to step forward to receive half a jade pendant. Lin Xian also received half a jade pendant. It was palm-sized and carved with exquisite inscriptions. He held the jade pendant in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Because from the moment he received the jade pendant, there were countless malicious gazes from all around. Obviously, these people had ideas about him. Suddenly, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. If these people did not open their eyes, he did not mind sending them out. However, this first round of the competition was still considered fair. These people did not directly enter the Hidden Moon Forest. Instead, they were randomly teleported by a huge teleportation array. This way, they avoided the fate of being stared at from the beginning. All the disciples stood on the huge array as light flickered under their feet. In front, the red-robed middle-aged man from the Yaoguang sacred ground said in a clear voice. The time for this first round is a total of 7 days. In these 7 days, not only do you have to successfully seize other people's tokens, but also form a complete pair of jade pendants. Moreover, you have to send the jade pendants to that mountain at the stipulated time on the 7th day. After saying that, he pointed to the distance. In the vast forest, there was a very tall mountain. It was like a heavenly pillar, thousands of feet tall and very eye-catching. Thinking about it, that was the final location. Alright, you have already understood the rules. Now, the first round of the test begins. With the command, the entire valley lit up with the light of the array. Then, all the disciples were teleported into the hidden moon forest. The light dimmed and Lin Xian appeared in the hidden moon forest. Long life secret activated and soon the dizziness caused by the teleportation disappeared. Then, he began to look around. Around him was a primeval forest with lush vegetation and many beasts. In other words, besides being careful of other martial artists, he also had to be careful of beasts. Through the dense forest, Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry silhouette of a mountain in the distance. That was the final location. It seemed that he had to collect the entire jade pendant before he could do anything else. Lin Xian looked at the half-jade pendant in his hand and prepared to set off. Roar! At this moment, a green cheetah suddenly jumped out from the tree. It was only 2 meters long and did not look big, but the power on its body was terrifying. The monstrous murderous aura caused the entire void to distort. It waved its claws and easily tore through the void. It turned out to be a monster king and it was very powerful. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and punched out. On the fist, there was a cold black dragon aura. Boom! A low sound rang out as a gale swept in all directions and the surrounding trees were cut in half. Chapter 1646. Its aura was chaotic, and its eyes were no longer ferocious. Instead, they were filled with shock. Because it did not expect the human in front of it to be so terrifying that he could seriously injure it with a single punch. Therefore, it did not dare to stay. The demonic aura on its body condensed and formed 2 pairs of huge wings. It spread its wings and was about to escape into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he punched out again. Boundless black gas turned into a ferocious dragon head and instantly enveloped the Demon King. Puff! Under this terrifying fish shadow, the Cyan Demon King's body split open. At the same time, a sparkling and translucent demon core fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw it into the black earth. According to the rules of the competition, other than the contestants themselves, they were not allowed to use pet demonic beasts. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey were left in the black earth. The entire black earth was formed into a black pendant by He Tu and hung on Lin Xian's body. The Demon King's demon core contained powerful energy, but Lin Xian could not absorb it. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon could absorb the energy inside, so Lin Xian gave it all. Hidden Moon Forest was very big and vast. Therefore, Lin Xian walked for half a day and did not encounter any other martial artists. However, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and there were even a few figures flashing. Soon, 3 figures appeared in the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, my luck is really too good. I actually encountered an idiot acting alone. He's actually only a late-stage 2-star king. How pitifully weak. Behind, a light flickered, and 3 figures descended and surrounded Lin Xian. At this moment, they were laughing wildly. Because with the cultivation of a 2-star king, they could take on a large group of them. They did not expect that with such a cultivation, how could he become a core disciple? Moreover, he did not team up with others and actually dared to act alone. He was really reckless. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the jade pendant, and I can spare your life. Among the 3 of them, a muscular man said coldly. These 3 people were all 4-star kings, and their auras were extremely powerful. At this moment, the 3 of them joined forces and formed a special domain that surrounded Lin Xian. The way they saw it, the other party would definitely kneel on the ground in fright and obediently hand over the jade pendant in his hand. However, Lin Xian's answer stunned them. They couldn't believe their ears. Very good. I was still worried about how to find other people. I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to me. In that case, hand over the jade pendants in your hands, and I can spare your lives. Lin Xian glanced at the three of them and said indifferently. What? The three of them were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. The other party dared to rob them. Soon, they were amused by Lin Xian's actions. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. How dare you target the three of us? I can't, this is too funny. A two-star king dares to say such a thing. You really don't know what death is. Brat, you've made me very angry. Now, even if you obediently hand over the jade pendant, I won't let you off easily. The muscular man's voice was also cold. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and sighed. Why are there so many self-righteous people in the world? Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. You're courting death. The three of them flew into a rage after hearing this. Among them, the muscular man roared angrily and threw out a punch. The other party dared to look down on them. How abominable! The three of them were the core disciples of the Purple Sun sect, and they were all four-star kings. If they joined forces, they would be a powerful force. The other party was only a two-star king, and he was alone. How dare he look down on them? They would let the other party know the consequences of looking down on them. The muscular man threw out a punch, and the terrifying power caused the entire void to tremble. His arm was like a flood dragon, filled with explosive power. Boom! The void exploded when he threw out a punch. Ha, kid, die! Following the punch was a ferocious smile. The other two also sneered disdainfully. They seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Xian being killed by a single punch. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He clenched his right fist and threw out a punch. Above his fist, there was a black aura that quickly spiraled and formed a blurry black dragon. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Boom! In the next moment, the two fists collided with a thunderous sound. Countless black cracks appeared in the void around them, crawling in all directions like small snakes. You want to compete with me in strength? You're courting death. The muscular man sneered disdainfully, and the two companions beside him also snorted. Senior brother Dolly cultivates the demon ox fist. His strength is boundless. There are very few people in the same realm who can suppress him in strength. A two-star king dares to compete with senior brother Dolly in strength. He's courting death. The three of them sneered. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze, and they even became very ugly. Because the sound of bones cracking suddenly came from ahead. Not only that, the muscular man's expression was sinister as he screamed. Ah! He retracted his palm and retreated. Every step he took left a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it, how is this possible? How can you be so strong? Shocking, this was too shocking. His demon ox fist couldn't defeat his opponent. His hand was even broken by his opponent. He couldn't believe it. Because of his innate physique and the martial arts he practiced, his strength was comparable to a five-star king's. But now, he was actually unable to defeat a two-star king tier. This was simply too unbelievable. The two companions beside him also opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Senior brother Dolly actually lost. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? The two of them were extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, they became angry because Lin Xian dared to attack them. Two black shadows of fists, like black dragons, quickly rushed over. You're courting death. How dare you? The two of them were furious and quickly counterattacked. In their opinion, senior brother Dolly must have been careless, which was why his opponent's sneak attack succeeded. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, they would definitely be able to kill their opponent. Frost palm. One of them had blue patterns on his palm. It was extremely mysterious and emitted a cold aura. The surrounding space instantly froze. Two incomparably huge blue palms pushed out horizontally. Caw caw caw. Wherever it passed, blue ice crystals would form. Edgeless heavy sword. The other martial artist clenched his hands. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and countless pieces of rock and soil condensed in his hands, forming a huge heavy sword. Chapter 1647. The ground cracked open, and countless rocks and soil gathered in his hand, forming a huge sword. It quickly slashed forward. Boom! 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 Just like a painting, the void began to vibrate violently. The stone sword was like an ancient demonic mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. In the next moment, the black dragon fist collided with the attacks of the two men. Boom! The void exploded, and the two horrifying ice palms shattered into pieces in an instant. On the other side, the huge stone sword was directly broken. What? How is this possible? The two men were stunned and could not believe it. This was their ultimate technique, and it was difficult to find a match for them in the same realm. But now, it was shattered by a two-star king with a single punch. Damn it, what's going on? How can this kid be so strong? The two men's faces were ferocious. The muscular man from before had already swallowed a pill to heal the injury on his palm. He said in a deep voice, "This kid must be hiding his cultivation." Yes, that must be it. The Iceman gritted his teeth and said, "He did this to confuse us and make us lower our guard. Damn it, this kid is too scheming. Hiding his cultivation. Scheming." Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Are you done? If you're done, I can send you on your way. Or, if you obediently hand over the jade pendant, I can spare you this time. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the three men were furious. The muscular man roared, "Let's attack with all our strength. I don't believe that this kid can resist the three of us." Okay. The other two men nodded. In the next moment, three strange domains rushed out from behind them and shrouded the front. Demonic Ox Domain. The muscular man's face was ferocious. He waved his hand, and an extremely demonic domain shrouded the front. Suddenly, countless demonic figures appeared quickly. They were extremely ferocious, and their auras were extremely terrifying. This was the muscular man's demonic ox domain. At this moment, its power was terrifying. For a moment, the demonic ox figures were everywhere. The destructive energy caused the entire sky to tremble rapidly. World-destroying Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a loud shout and brandished his fists. The Black Dragon Fist technique opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Armageddon Black Dragon Fist was violent, ferocious, and ferocious. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, the two fists were like two black dragons, roaring in the void. Boom! Boom! The terrifying fist shadow collided with the Ox Demon domain, producing a world-shaking sound. Instantly, the sky exploded, and waves of air rolled. The area within a radius of 10 miles was razed to the ground. What? He blocked it. How is this possible? The muscular man and the other two were stupefied. They couldn't believe it. The Ox Demon domain possessed boundless strength and was incomparably ferocious. However, the other party only used a pair of fists to block the domain attack. This was simply too unbelievable. Damn it, I don't believe it. On the other side, the Frosty Man also roared. Behind him, a blue domain quickly formed, enveloping Lin Xian in an instant. Cold Mountain Domain. The blue domain erupted with an icy aura. It was extremely cold. In the sky, countless blue mountains appeared, crushing the void. In an instant, all the space in the entire domain froze. Even Lin Xian's body was covered with a thick layer of frost. Ha 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 ha, kid, let's see how you can run. When the Frosty Man saw that the other party was sealed in ice, he immediately threw his head back and laughed. Boom! However, at this moment, a shocking explosion suddenly came from ahead. The ice on Lin Xian's body suddenly exploded into pieces. Countless violent black dragon auras quickly rotated, covering Lin Xian. It was like a ball of black flames burning fiercely. That aura was incomparably ferocious, like a demon king. What? This is impossible. The Frosty Man was shocked. He couldn't believe that the other party could actually break through his ice seal. Damn it, suppress for me. With a furious roar, the sky full of ice mountains quickly pressed down on Lin Xian. Those blue ice mountains were hundreds of feet tall. Cold air surrounded them, and mysterious blue patterns appeared. At this moment, dozens of giant ice mountains fell from the sky like ancient demonic mountains, piercing through the sky. It was obvious that if one was crushed by these ice mountains, even a 5-star king would be severely injured. Ha, kid, die. The Frosty Man laughed wildly, a trace of ferocity on his face. As for Lin Xian, he let out a low roar. The black flames on his body jumped, and he emitted an extremely violent aura. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. He had been using this fist technique because it was very powerful. Moreover, it could increase his proficiency in the fist technique in actual combat. Black fist shadows appeared one after another. They had a powerful aura that could sweep through the world. The fist shadows flickered with light, and an overwhelming black aura covered everything. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the black dragon fist shadows collided with the ice mountains in the Sky Palace. A terrifying tremor shook heaven and earth. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and a powerful aura swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire ice domain was filled with raging winds and destructive energy. Even the entire ice domain began to crack. Explode! Another loud explosion sounded out, and the dozens of ice mountains in the sky were shattered by the black dragon fist. They turned into countless pieces of ice and scattered in all directions. Even a huge black hole had appeared in the ice domain. Puff! The Frosty Man spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With the ice domain broken, he was severely injured. He probably didn't have much combat strength left. Damn it! Demonic Ox Domain. Sword Domain. The remaining two roared and attacked at the same time. Two king domains surged out and enveloped Lin Xian. The demonic ox domain was extremely terrifying. Countless demonic shadows flickered and formed a huge demonic ox king. It held a huge axe and quickly chopped down. As the axe fell, mountains and rivers shattered. The powerful aura was enough to send anyone flying. It could even kill a 5-star king. As for the sword domain, it flickered with countless resplendent sword lights. It swept across heaven and earth, and its killing intent was shocking. It had to be said that these two were core disciples of the Purple Sun sect. Although they were only 4-star kings, they were stronger than ordinary 5-star kings. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a god of war. He was unstoppable. Streams of black dragon chi surrounded him, and they accompanied his unparalleled fist as he punched out. Not only that, but Lin Xian was also crazily using the black dragon fist. He had reached a state of selflessness. Moreover, his fist techniques were becoming more and more proficient. In the end, explosions sounded between heaven and earth. Black Dragon Fist, Thunderbolt Wild Dragon. Apart from the complete set of fist techniques, the Black Dragon Fist also had 5 killing moves. Chapter 1648. As he punched out with both fists, the wind blew and countless black lightning bolts fell. The 2 huge fists turned into black dragons that circled in the sky. Every single one of them was 300 meters long, and they were surrounded by lightning. Roar! Roar! The 2 black dragons rushed out. Not only that, but the dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body also let out a dragon roar. In the next instant, the 2 black dragons collided with the 2 king domains of their opponents. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as if the world was about to be destroyed. The 2 powerful king domains were penetrated by the 2 black dragons, and a pitch-black hole appeared. Puff! Puff! The muscular man and the ice man spat out blood and were severely injured. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect their opponent to have such terrifying combat strength. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they were no match for him. Damn it, who are you? Impossible, you can't only be a 2-star king. The 3 of them gritted their teeth in fear. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. If you want to live, hand over the item. Okay, we'll hand it over. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then the muscular man gritted his teeth and said. He had no choice. He was no match for his opponent, so he could only ask for half of the jade pendant. You win. This is half of the jade pendant. The 3 of them handed over the jade pendant and turned to leave. However, Lin Xian said coldly, Wait, who said you could leave? What do you want? We've already handed it over. That's not what I'm talking about. Lin Xian said coldly, If you had handed over the jade pendant, I would have let you go. But now, since you want to kill me, do you think I'll let you go so easily? Then what do you want? The 3 of them had ugly expressions. It's simple. Hand over all your subdivine crystals. What? You're robbing us. The ice man roared. Lin Xian shrugged. You're right. I'm robbing you. You're lucky that I didn't kill you. You're not willing to hand over something. Do you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you? Suddenly, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Feeling this murderous aura, the 3 of their faces changed again. They did not expect that the handsome young man in front of them could actually emit such a terrifying aura. In order to save their lives, the 3 of them gritted their teeth and handed over all the subdivinity crystals in their storage rings. Lin Xian looked at the number and nodded slightly. From the looks of it, the other party should have handed over everything. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve and put away all the subdivinity crystals on the ground. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Only the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School, whose faces had turned dark, were left behind. Damn it! I'm so angry. The muscular man was mad. He had never been so angry before. The ice man also gritted his teeth. Humph, just you wait. The House of Ziyang will not let this go. That brat should be from the alchemy sect. Moreover, he's alone, so it's easy to distinguish him. Yes, let's inform the other disciples. We must kill this brat. The 3 of them discussed for a while and then quickly swallowed pills to recover their cultivation. Then, they went on their way again, preparing to find other martial artists in the sect to take revenge. On the other side, Lin Xian set off again. He had obtained many subdivinity crystals from the three of them. At this moment, he opened the Dragon Sword Realm and put all the subdivinity crystals he had obtained into it to refine. The three of them added up to more than 150 kilograms of subdivinity crystals. In addition, there were dozens of supreme-grade subdivinity crystals. Lin Xian did not hesitate to refine all of them. If he wanted to raise his cultivation now, he needed a lot of subdivinity crystals. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the number of subdivinity crystals he needed would also increase exponentially. Therefore, the subdivinity crystals of the three of them were not enough. He went on his way again to find other Empyreans. However, because his cultivation was only a 2-star king and he was alone, he did not need to find others. In just half a day, 3 waves of people attacked him. In the end, they were all defeated by him and robbed of their subdivinity crystals. Now, he had obtained 400 kilograms of subdivinity crystals. Behind him, the Dragon Sword Realm flickered with light and quickly refined those subdivinity crystals. The realm was the foundation of a king. Therefore, as the energy of the realm increased, Lin Xian felt that his energy had increased. Not enough, not enough. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, his eyes shining. The efficiency of waiting for others to find him was too low, so he had to take the initiative to make a move. The Dragon Sword Realm bloomed, and countless sword chi quickly surrounded Lin Xian's body and formed an azure dragon mask on his face, covering his face. This time, Lin Xian was going to make a move against the disciples of the 3 sects, so he had to hide his identity. Otherwise, when he was exposed, he would probably become the target of public criticism. Perhaps, it would also arouse the dissatisfaction of the 3 sections. Therefore, he made a mask to cover his face. Not only that, he also took out a wide black robe and put it on. The disciples of the 3 sects were not familiar with him to begin with, and only Chu Yu knew him well. However, with his current appearance, Chu Yu probably would not be able to recognize him. Very good. Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current appearance. Then, his figure flashed, turned into a sword light, and rushed into the distance. At the same time, in the Hidden Moon Forest, the other warriors also met and a great battle soon broke out. Although the first round was divided into small groups, it was also a battle between sections. Because every sect wanted to eliminate the warriors of the other 2 sects as much as possible. This way, the last 2 rounds would fall into the hands of their own sections. Purple Sun Sect, Ding Peng, acted alone. He did not deliberately look for others, but those who were encountered by him were not spared. Purple Sun Splitting Sky. Ding Peng formed a seal with his palm, and a purple sun bloomed behind him. It was like a purple demonic mountain, fiercely smashing forward. Wherever it passed, no one could match it. For a moment, everyone took a detour when they saw it. Spirit Void Sects Xiaoqing and Pill Sects Dan Feng were also incomparably powerful. No one was able to block their attacks. Apart from these 3 top geniuses, the other personal disciples were also incomparably terrifying. On the Pill Sect side, Chu Yu and 2 personal disciples formed a team and quickly set off. Soon, they encountered a group of people from Lingshu's sect. The other party was also a 3-man team, but they were only ordinary core disciples. When they saw Chu Yu's team, their faces immediately changed drastically. Not good, it's a personal disciple, hurry and retreat. Want to leave? It's too late. Beside Chu Yu, a young man sneered. The long saber at his waist swung out, carrying an incomparably fiery red light, fiercely slashing forward. Chapter 1649. He brandished the long saber at his waist, and with a fiery red light, he slashed forward. The saber radiance was extremely bright, and it was surrounded by blazing flames and violent energy. It was unstoppable. In an instant, the three people in front of him were seriously injured. Puff! The three people from the Lingshu sect vomited blood and quickly admitted defeat, handing over a jade pendant. Then, the three of them ran into the distance. Humph, you run fast. The young man sneered and put away his long saber. Then, he waved his hand and held half of the jade pendant in his hand. Senior Brother Chao's saber technique is indeed powerful. Chu Yu said faintly. She seemed a little absent-minded because she was worried about Lin Xian's situation. I have already practiced this golden radiant raging flame saber technique to the great accomplishment stage. As long as I'm here, I won't let junior sister be in any danger. Senior Brother Chao said with a smile. In the distance, there were a few teams that saw this scene. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they didn't dare to come closer. They all ran into the distance and took a detour. There was no other way. The strength of the direct disciples was too terrifying. The best way for them was to run away. Among them, a team of 3 from the Purple Sun sect quickly flew towards the west. After flying for dozens of miles, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. That saber was too terrifying. Yeah. That's Chao Yun, ranked 7th among the direct disciples. Luckily, we ran fast. The 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Huh, is that so? Can you really escape? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the 3 of them. Who's there? When the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun sect heard the cold voice, their hair stood on end. They released their soul power and quickly scanned the surroundings. However, they didn't find anyone at all. Could it be a ghost? It can't be. Maybe we're too nervous and hallucinating. The 3 of them quickly talked, but they still looked around vigilantly. However, they didn't notice that under their feet, green vines were slowly and strangely slithering. Whoosh! Finally, those vines on the ground attacked, suddenly thrusting out like thousands of green divine spears, incomparably sharp. Puff puff puff. A disciple of the Purple Sun sect was caught off guard and was pierced by the green vines. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. Ah! What followed was an incomparably miserable shriek. What? Damn it! How could this be? The expressions of the other 2 disciples changed greatly. They roared madly and decisively attacked the green vines. Pang! In an instant, dozens of vines were broken. Are you okay? The other person also poured out a medicinal pill and fed it to the injured disciple. However, the dozens of vines still attached to the injured disciple's body began to shine brightly before exploding. Explode! Powerful energy exploded, forming a violent wind wave that swept in all directions. As for the injured disciple, he turned into a cloud of blood mist and ceased to exist. The other 2 disciples were also sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. The 2 of them began to circulate their spirit chi, releasing a dazzling light as they roared madly. They didn't expect that they would be plotted against and even lose one of their companions. Hee, it's useless. Stop struggling. You have entered my vine domain. In this place, I am the ruler. You have no chance of resisting. A cold voice sounded. Not only that, but countless green vines began to spin madly in the surroundings. Like demons, they swayed in the wind. On the giant tree trunk, a pale human face appeared. It was extremely strange. Damn it, there's someone. Kill him and avenge junior brother. The 2 disciples of the Purple Sun sect roared and used their powerful techniques. Not only that, but the 2 of them also quickly unleashed their king domains. However, the pale human face revealed a sinister smile. It's useless. You have no chance. Vine Domain, Demon Dance. With a command, the entire domain shone brightly. The green vines in the surroundings seemed to have turned into demons as they moved quickly. In an instant, the entire space was filled with green vines. Those vines were not ordinary plants. Each of them shone with a dazzling light, and each of them was extremely sharp and full of power. They spun madly like a green wave, instantly drowning the two disciples of the Purple Sun sect. Ah! Ah! The two of them only had time to let out a scream before they went silent. After a long time, fresh blood flowed out from between the vines. There was not only one battle like this. At this moment, the entire forest was filled with traps, assassinations, and counterattacks. It could be said that danger was everywhere. There were traps everywhere. Lin Xian also turned into a hunter and took the initiative to attack. He spread out his powerful soul power and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he locked onto a target. It was a small team of 3 that was flying quickly in the forest. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up when he noticed the other party. Then, his body flashed and he dashed towards the 3 people like a sword beam. He did not hide his aura at all, so when he got close, the 3 of them also noticed Lin Xian's existence. Who is it? How dare you attack us? Humph, you overestimate yourself. Get lost. The 3 of them roared and attacked crazily. Terrifying energy instantly exploded. World-destroying Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian did not slow down and quickly waved his fist. 2 Black Dragon Phantoms directly blasted out. The powerful aura of the Black Dragon penetrated the surroundings and shattered everything. The attacks of the 3 of them turned into ashes under the Black Dragon Fist. Puff! 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 The 3 of them vomited blood. They were sent flying. Lin Xian's body flashed and landed in front of them. Not long after, Lin Xian left again. However, there were many subdivine crystals in his hand. The 3 warriors on the ground gritted their teeth and their faces turned black. Not only did the other party take away their jade pendants, but he also took away all the subdivine crystals on them. This drove them crazy. Moreover, what was more infuriating was that the other party was wearing a green dragon mask and they did not know who he was. Then, Lin Xian continued to attack. Everyone he encountered was defeated. Not only did they lose their jade pendants, but they also handed over all the subdivine crystals on them. In half a day, Lin Xian got 2,000 pounds of subdivine crystals. The dragon sword territory fluctuated and emitted light as it quickly absorbed the energy. Lin Xian's strength was also increasing bit by bit. In the following day, Lin Xian not only attacked the people of Ziyang's sect and Lingshu sect, but he also did not let the disciples of alchemy sect go. However, compared to the other experts, he was considered good. This was because he never killed anyone. He only took away their things. As for the other experts, they would directly kill the weaker warriors. Chapter 1650. Lin Xian's methods were still relatively mild. However, he had really snatched too many people's subdivine crystals. Therefore, all kinds of news quickly spread within the 3 sections. Do you know? Recently, a demon king seemed to have appeared in this forest. Not only did he snatch jade pendants, but he even snatched subdivine crystals. I heard about it too. It said that the other party is very terrifying. No one who encountered him was able to successfully escape. Damn it, which sect is he from? How dare he be so arrogant? Who knows? That person seems to have attacked the disciples of the 3 sections. What? Could it be that he's not from our 3 sects, but someone else? Everyone frowned because in the first round, very few people from the same sect would attack each other. Most of the time, they would attack people from other sections. But now, there was actually a person who attacked the disciples of the three sects at the same time. It was really shocking. For a moment, everyone was discussing. What mysterious person. That's because he hasn't met me yet. Alchemy sect, Chu Yu's team, the personal disciple called Chao Yun snorted coldly. He had also heard the news that had been spreading recently, but he was very disdainful of it. Because according to the news, that person only attacked ordinary core disciples. As for personal disciples, none of them had encountered such an experience. This meant that the other party's strength was not much. Since he only dared to attack ordinary core disciples, he definitely could not beat personal disciples. Therefore, Chao Yun did not take it to heart at all. Don't worry, junior sister Chu. If that person dares to appear, I'll definitely make him suffer. The corners of Chao Yu's mouth curled up with strong confidence. In the dense forest, there was an intense battle going on. The two sides of the battle were a 3-man team from Alchemy sect and a 2-man team from Lingshu sect. The 3-man team from Alchemy sect was made up of 3 4-star kings. At this moment, they were attacking together with a terrifying momentum. One of them waved both hands and shot out a huge fire qilin. It stood with its head held high, looking down on all directions. This terrifying aura was not far from that of a true 5-star king. With a roar, the fire qilin quickly pounced forward. The void shook, and air waves rolled. The pressure was like a huge fire meteor, ruthlessly smashing into the ground. Opposite him were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. She was wearing a long white dress. At this moment, the two of them looked up at the sky with disdain. The black-robed man stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the charging fire qilin. As for the white-clothed lady, her figure floated as she retreated to the side. Boom! The fire qilin swooped down and completely enveloped the black-robed man. Terrifying flames spread in all directions. Heat waves rolled and the heat was terrifying. The entire forest was razed to the ground in an instant. You still dare to stop us? How ignorant! On the Pill sect side, the 3 disciples sneered. They were extremely confident in this fire qilin. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. There was even a wisp of terror in their eyes. That was because the silhouette of the fire qilin was gradually disappearing. The earth had sunk so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The surrounding mountains and trees had been flattened. It could be said that the scene was extremely terrifying. However, there was a figure floating above the crater. It was the black-robed man from before. At this moment, he was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His chin was slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of disdain. Furthermore, what was even more shocking was that his body was completely unscathed. He was not injured in the slightest. What? How is this possible? The faces of the 3 Pill sect's disciples were filled with shock. They did not dare to believe it. The fire qilin had clearly hit the black-robed man just now. However, the black-robed man was actually not injured in the slightest. This was truly too surprising. If the black-robed man had used his ultimate skill and resisted with all his might to survive, that would be something they could accept. However, the black-robed man clearly did not do anything earlier. He was only standing there. How could he possibly block their fire qilin in such a situation? However, the truth of the matter had actually happened. Damn it, I don't believe it. Another disciple shouted angrily. He also quickly waved his hand. Immediately, hidden weapons that filled the sky rapidly shot forward. These hidden weapons were extremely terrifying. They were very fast, and their penetrative power was even more powerful. Very few people of the same cultivation level could block them. Even 5-star kings would not dare to rashly block them. However, the black-robed man in front of them also did not move at all. He also did not raise his defense. He only looked on with disdain. Whoosh! 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 Countless hidden weapons flickered with light as they directly pierced through the void and ruthlessly pierced toward the black-robed man. However, something shocking happened. At this moment, the black-robed man's body seemed to have become transparent. He directly ignored the hidden weapons that filled the sky. The hidden weapons also passed through the black-robed man's body and flew toward the ground below. Immediately, the entire ground sank, and countless cracks appeared. What's going on? Could it be an afterimage? The 3 disciples of the alchemy faction were stunned. They did not understand. Perhaps, only an afterimage could explain this. Otherwise, if it was his real body, how could he ignore the hidden weapons? Why did he directly pass through them? An afterimage. Hearing that, the black-robed man revealed a disdainful smile. Then, he slowly extended his palm and gently pressed forward. Boom! An incomparably dazzling light arrow surrounded by the power of wind and lightning quickly flew out. What? The 3 disciples of the alchemy faction were greatly shocked. They originally thought that the black-robed man was just an illusion and did not exist. However, they did not expect that the black-robed man would actually unleash such a shocking attack. This was truly beyond their expectations. Furthermore, that resplendent arrow light was simply too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of them. The 3 of them could not reach it. They could only form a wall of light to defend themselves. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. The wind and lightning arrow directly penetrated the 3 of them and ruthlessly slammed into their bodies. Dang! 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 The 3 of them retreated a few thousand meters and directly crashed into a mountain, vomiting blood. What? So powerful! The 3 of them were extremely shocked. A casual attack had sent the 3 of them flying. This was probably the strength of a 5-star king. Moreover, it was a very powerful 5-star king. Damn it, it's actually an expert. Let's hurry up and leave. The 3 of them did not dare to fight and prepared to retreat. This was because the black-robed man was simply too strange. Not only was his attack power powerful, but what was more terrifying was that he could ignore their attacks. This kind of method was simply unheard of. Hee, you want to leave? At this moment, a white light flashed. The white-robed woman who had been watching the battle suddenly appeared and blocked the 3 of them. You want to leave without leaving the jade pendant? How naive! A delicate voice sounded, but it was filled with disdain. You're courting death. Scram! The 3 of them roared. One of them even attacked mercilessly. An extremely dark light palm rushed out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to rapidly tremble. Demonic Sky Palm. Chapter 1651. A pitch-black palm of light shot out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to tremble rapidly. Demonic Sky Palm. The alchemy faction disciple roared and quickly struck out with his palm. The void exploded in an instant. Not only that, but a bottomless pit formed on the ground below due to the majestic power. One could imagine how terrifying that palm was. However, the white-robed lady showed a look of disdain. She did not dodge but moved her body to meet the attack. How dare he take the demonic sky palm head-on? The other 2 snorted coldly with excitement in their eyes. It was great that the other party was dragging it out. The demonic sky palm was a high-grade earth rank martial art. It was extremely terrifying, and its power was comparable to a 5-star king. Since the other party was so careless, she would definitely be severely injured. The disciple who had attacked the white-robed lady had a cold smile on his face. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but the other 2 disciples were also stunned. A look of horror even appeared in their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the shocking palm had hit the white-robed lady hard, but it did not cause any harm. The terrifying palm passed through the white-robed lady in an instant as if it had hit the air. It missed again. The 3 of them felt their scalps go numb. Was that also an afterimage? They were extremely shocked. However, the white-robed lady tapped her foot and instantly appeared beside the 3 of them. In the next moment, the white-robed lady pulled out a thin red sword and quickly stabbed it out. Suddenly, the void was mercilessly torn apart. A red sword light with a sharp aura and violent power stabbed toward the disciple who had attacked the white-robed lady. Chi! Puff! The disciple's body was pierced by the sword chi and fell to the ground. What? How is that possible? The other 2 disciples were shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the white-robed lady was not an afterimage. However, if she was the real body, how did she dodge the demonic sky palm? What kind of martial art is that? It's too strange. Damn it. Who are you? The 2 disciples gritted their teeth and asked. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. At that moment, a black figure appeared behind them. It was the black-robed man from before. A cruel smile appeared on the black-robed man's handsome face. Following that, a bright light blossomed behind him, and a dark golden domain instantly gushed out and shrouded the 2 of them. The next moment, a terrifying energy was released. The light shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. Within the domain, the 2 Pills sect disciples emitted extremely miserable cries. The voice only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. As for the black-robed man, he removed his dark golden domain. The 2 alchemy faction disciples had long since lost their vitality. At this moment, the 2 corpses fell to the ground below. Humph, just 3 pieces of trash. The black-robed youth snorted disdainfully. The lady in white sneered, trash indeed. Ordinary core disciples are of no threat to us. I think that even the other personal disciples would not be able to do anything to us. Of course. I'm afraid that only Dingpeng and the other 2 will be able to break through our king domains. Moreover, they are only suppressing it with great power. They can't break it with techniques. When speaking of their king domains, the 2 of them were full of arrogance. Oh right, big brother, I heard that a mysterious madman has appeared in the forest recently. No matter which sect's disciple he is from, he will attack as soon as he sees them. Moreover, his behavior is very strange. Not only did he steal the jade pendants, but he also stole the disciples' subdivine crystals. I think that guy must be pitifully poor. He even wants ordinary subdivine crystals. The lady in white sneered disdainfully. He should be a personal disciple. He must be so poor that he has gone crazy. Isn't it a waste of time to think of such a method? The black-robed youth shook his head and snorted, that guy is lucky that he didn't encounter us. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Then, the 2 of them flashed and left the place. The mysterious person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was still walking in the forest. However, in the past 2 days, his harvest had gradually decreased. This was because the news about him had already spread. Everyone was vigilant. Those who were weak did not dare to act alone. Therefore, he did not gain much during this period of time. Forget it. Ordinary paper storage rings don't have many good things in them. I'd better target the personal disciples. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He was ready to change his strategy. Previously, he had only targeted the ordinary core disciples. He did not target the personal disciples. However, it seemed that he could only target the personal disciples now. Firstly, the ordinary disciples were afraid and did not dare to act alone. It would be more troublesome if he were to fight them again. Moreover, the personal disciples had more good things in their hands. There might be a lot of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed slightly. Now, the most helpful thing for him was the subdivine crystals. However, those things could only be encountered by chance and could not be seen at all. They could only be found in those strange stones. However, in his current environment, there was no way for him to gamble on stones. Therefore, the method of obtaining subdivine crystals was not feasible for the time being. Then, he could only use supreme-grade subdivine crystals. However, the ordinary disciples did not have many supreme-grade subdivine crystals. It was far from enough. Lin Xian pondered as he walked in the forest. Suddenly, he stopped and frowned. This was because he realized that his surroundings were a little strange. However, he did not find anything when he used his soul power to scan his surroundings. This made him puzzled. Shaking his head slightly, he stopped paying attention and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the vines under his feet suddenly pierced towards him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Those green vines were crystal clear and fluttered in the wind. They were like demonic spears that pierced towards Lin Xian rapidly. They were very fast. Even a 5-star king would not be able to defend himself in time. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A green light flickered behind him. The dragon sword domain instantly enveloped him. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Countless sword chi intertwined rapidly and moved according to a specific trajectory. It formed a huge green shield behind Lin Xian. It was 30 meters tall and was like an iron wall. It flickered with a dazzling light. Not only that, there was even a dragon-shaped shadow coiling around it. Clang! The green demonic vines collided with the Azure Dragon Divine Shield and let out a violent vibration. It was like a huge bell that rang continuously. Lin Xian was shocked. Previously, his soul power did not detect any danger. However, someone actually attacked him. Fortunately, he had mastered many kinds of secret techniques. This Azure Dragon Divine Shield was an extremely powerful defense. Chapter 1652. With a cold snort, Lin Xian punched back. His black fist was like a mountain as it charged backward. Boom! Shockwaves exploded, and the void trembled. Countless vines were shattered by this punch. However, even more vines swept toward Lin Xian. Green light emerged from all directions, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. And those vines were like swords, sabers, axes, and spears, incomparably sharp. Kill! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he clenched his fists. His black fist swept in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse. Boom! 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 The surrounding demonic vines were all smashed to pieces. Not only that, but the violent fist shadows were like black dragons that kept moving in the air, rushing in all directions. In an instant, the ground cracked, the sky trembled, and all the trees and mountains in the surroundings were uprooted. Damn it, how is this possible? At this moment, a pale face appeared on a tree trunk in the distance. However, this face was filled with pain. At the same time, there was a deep shock in his eyes. This was because the opponent's strength was too strong, and it was extremely painful. Moreover, the opponent was only a 2-star king. How could he have such strength? Damn it, it's a guy who hid his strength. The demonic man's voice was cold, but his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Brat, you dare to injure me. Now, die. With a furious roar, the surrounding devil vine domain bloomed with endless light. Thousands of devil vines condensed, forming countless demons and ghosts that quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Not only that, but the vines also emitted a green aura that was extremely corrosive. Even a 5-star king would not dare to touch it lightly. After all, the devil vine domain was a very terrifying king domain. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You only dare to use a sneak attack to attack others. I guess you're not a powerful person. As he spoke, his fists bloomed with black light, like 2 black dragons roaring in all directions. Boom! 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 His fist suppressed all directions. Lin Xian's Armageddon black dragon fist was incomparably violent. Every strike contained destructive energy. The monsters formed by the demonic vines couldn't get close at all. Not only that, a black flame burned on Lin Xian's body. It was the 9 underworld's devil flame, and it was extremely terrifying. As it burned, the surrounding green poisonous gas was directly evaporated. They couldn't hurt him at all. What? So powerful. The demonic man's pupils shrank. His expression was incomparably malevolent because he did not expect the other party's battle prowess to exceed his expectations. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a long howl and waved his fists, causing the entire magic space to tremble. Damn it! The demonic man's face changed drastically. He knew that the young man in front of him was a powerful expert. It would be impossible to subdue him in a short period of time. And it was very likely that he would lose. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly withdrew the devil vine domain and fled into the distance. This was only the first stage, so there was no need for him to risk his life. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered, turned into a bolt of lightning, and chased after him. The other party seemed to be an expert and should be a personal disciple. Such a person must have a lot of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. How could he let him go? Using the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. Damn it! The demonic man's face turned ugly when he saw Lin Xian chasing after him. He didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. Damn brat, don't go too far. If you push me too far, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The demonic man roared crazily. He was too aggrieved to be chased by a 2-star king. If others saw this, their jaws would definitely drop. As a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength was terrifying. In addition, his devil vine domain was even better at sneak attacks in this forest. Therefore, very few people could contend with him. Even a direct disciple of Zhang Xian's could very well be assassinated by him if they were not careful. But now, he couldn't subdue a 2-star king and was even being chased by the other party. What shocked him even more was that he didn't know who the other party was. He never knew which expert in the 3 sects had such combat strength. Damn it, who are you? You don't need to know. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and I can spare your life. What? You want to rob me? After the demonic man heard this, he was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then, his face completely darkened. It's you. You're that crazy demon king who appeared recently. He naturally heard that a very terrifying demon king had appeared recently. He specialized in attacking people and snatching their storage rings. He didn't expect to meet him today. Back then, when he heard this rumor, he was disdainful. He thought that the other party only had some strength and specialized in attacking ordinary core disciples. He couldn't beat a personal disciple at all. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Even among the direct disciples, Zhang Xian's strength was still extremely terrifying. However, it was impossible for him to take his storage ring. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Devil Vine thrust. The demonic man roared angrily, and a light shone behind him. At the same time, 10 thick demonic vines rapidly surged out from his body. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were the hands of a demon. The 10 devil vines quickly pierced into the ground, and immediately broke open a deep pit. The demonic man's body swayed and directly sank into the ground. Humph, want to kill me? There's no chance at all. After entering the ground, the demonic man's lips curled into a cold smile. The vines around him seemed to have turned into sharp blade lights, constantly digging into the ground, causing him to instantly disappear on the spot. Earth burrowing technique. This was his way of escaping and saving his life. It was very difficult for ordinary martial artists to catch him. It seemed that this time was the same. Damn brat, don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The demonic man gritted his teeth. He would definitely take revenge for this. He decided that when he met the other party in the second round, he would definitely teach the other party a lesson. But soon, he frowned. Then, his expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the soil around him suddenly started to churn rapidly. It was as if some powerful demonic beast was charging towards him. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he lock onto my position? The demonic man's expression changed drastically, and fear appeared again. Needless to say, this should be the other party's method. But how did the other party find him? In the outside world, Lin Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The martial Dao heavenly eye in his eyes flickered with a strange rune light. Under the light of these runes, the ground below even became transparent. Therefore, Lin Xian naturally locked onto the other party. Chapter 1653. Boom. 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 Countless spiritual veins gathered and formed long dragons. They roared bravely and broke out of the ground. Every spiritual vein shone brightly and was extremely terrifying. 5 spiritual veins sealed the demonic man and trapped him in the ground. Controlling spiritual veins. Damn it, you are a Seeker Soul Master. The demonic man screamed in fear. Controlling spiritual veins was a skill that only Seeker Soul Masters had. The young man in front of him had such a skill and it shocked the demonic man. That was because Seeker Soul Masters were a special profession in the East Continent. There were very few of them and each of them had extremely strange and terrifying strength. Especially in places with large amounts of spiritual veins, those people were extremely terrifying. Hence, the demonic man's face turned ugly. He had heard of Lin Fan's legend and knew that Lin Fan only wanted subdivine crystals. Hence, he handed over all the subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals in his storage ring. Everything is here. Can you let me go now? The demonic man gritted his teeth and said. He did not want to fight with Lin Fan in the first round because there were still the second and third rounds after the first round. At that time, he would meet a true expert and it would be unwise to get injured now. Lin Xian glanced at the number of subdivine crystals on the ground and realized that it was far more than ordinary core disciples. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and kept all the subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals. At the same time, he kept the 5 spiritual vein light pillars. He said slowly, "You can leave now." Humph. The demonic man gritted his teeth and looked deeply at Lin Xian. Then, he turned around and left. He swore that he would definitely take revenge today. Lin Xian did not care. He moved and left the place as well. He came to a safe cave. He checked the subdivine crystals that he had just obtained. He realized that there was a large amount of supreme-grade subdivine crystals in there. The amount was more than the total amount that he had robbed in the past. As expected of a lineal disciple. He is indeed wealthy. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He opened up the dragon sword territory and continued to refine the crystals. He had to make the best use of his time and break through to become a 3-star king in the first round. On the other side, the demonic man left quickly. He was incomparably frantic in his heart. That was his entire fortune. He couldn't accept the fact that it was snatched away by someone else. Therefore, he decided to learn from Lin Xian and steal other people's subdivinity crystals. Thus, he changed his location and set up an ambush again. Sure enough, after a period of time, he had robbed many people. He also had some divine crystals in his possession. However, they were all ordinary core disciples and were far from being able to make up for his losses. Therefore, he urgently hoped that he could rob a personal disciple to make up for his losses. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely fall behind during this period of time. Someone else is coming. The demonic vine man's expression changed because he sensed that there were people rushing over from afar. And from the looks of it, his aura wasn't very strong. This kind of attire. He's actually a personal disciple of the Spirit Ruins sect. It seems that my luck is not bad. The devil vine man revealed a sinister smile. The other party was wearing the clothes of a personal disciple, but his face was very unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just become a core disciple in the past 10 years. As a veteran personal disciple of the Ziyang sect, he was definitely powerful and would have no problem dealing with the other party. In front, there was indeed a small team of 2 who were rushing over quickly. One of them was a handsome young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was Hong Yu, who he had previously investigated. However, he didn't expect that Hong Yu was also here and was even a personal disciple of the Lingshu sect. Beside Hong Yu was a young lady. She had an oval face, willowy eyebrows, black hair that was coiled behind her back, and she wore a light blue long dress. She looked delicate and cute. The young lady silently followed beside Hong Yu and her eyes were filled with gentleness. However, Hong Yu frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Junior brother Hong, why did you suddenly stop? The young lady asked curiously. Senior sister Wang, there's a problem in front, Hong Yu said in a deep voice. Hearing that, the young lady frowned and her expression became extremely serious. She knew Hong Yu's strength. Therefore, if he said that there was a problem, there must be a problem. In front, the demonic vine man who was hiding in the darkness looked anxious. Damn it, why did he stop? Did he discover it? Impossible, my demonic vine territory is very harmonious with this forest. Even personal disciples can't discover it. Indeed, even the top prodigies of the 3 major sects like Dan Feng could not easily see through his demonic vine territory. However, at this moment, the appearance of the 2 people in front was obviously a little strange. Insignificant skill. You want to ambush me? You're courting death. In front, Hong Yu snorted coldly, then his eyes turned. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared in his eyes, and mysterious Dao inscriptions appeared. Buzz! A wisp of faint golden light swept forward. Suddenly, the void trembled. In front, the demonic vine territory that was hidden in the dark instantly revealed itself. There's indeed an ambush. The young lady next to him had a grave expression. In the distance, the demonic vine man was even more shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could discover his existence. This was simply too shocking. However, when he saw the other party's golden eyes, his face immediately turned grave. Damn it, it's actually an eye technique. What kind of eye technique is this? It's so terrifying. To be able to see through my territory so easily. The demonic vine man gritted his teeth and revealed his figure. Since he was discovered by the other party, then there was no need for him to hide. Moreover, he believed that even if the other party's eye technique was powerful, in front of true strength, he would completely defeat the other party. Now, half of the time for the first stage had passed, and he didn't have much time left. It wasn't easy to encounter a personal disciple, so he wouldn't give up easily. Oh no, it's actually him. When the young lady in blue saw the demonic vine man, her expression changed drastically, and a hint of paleness appeared on her delicate little face. Who is he? Hongyu asked. He had indeed just become a personal disciple, so he didn't know much about the other sections. Purple Sun Sect's personal disciple, Su Ziding, ranked 6th in Purple Sun Sect. Junior brother Hong, fortunately, you have an eye technique and can see through his tracks. Otherwise, if we were to fall into his demonic vine territory, I'm afraid we would be assassinated, the young lady in blue said in a deep voice. Demonic vine territory. Su Ziding. Hongyu narrowed his eyes, releasing a faint golden light. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. A guy who only knows how to assassinate, I don't think he's that strong. You're courting death. On the opposite side, Su Ziding was furious. As a veteran personal disciple, he had never been looked down upon like this. Therefore, he said in a cold voice, Kid, the two of you obediently hand over your storage rings, and I can spare your lives. Chapter 1654. He indeed had such confidence. This was because the blue-clothed girl in front of him was not a direct disciple. The 15 or 16-year-old boy was just a new direct disciple. The two of them together were no match for him. The girl in blue's expression changed. He did not rob them of their jade pendants, but of their storage rings. This reminded her of a recent legend. Could it be that you are the mysterious Demon King Madman? The girl in blue frowned. She had heard that there was a Demon King Madman who specialized in robbing people of their storage rings. She did not expect to meet him. What nonsense are you talking about? I am not a Demon King Madman. Su Ziding quickly denied. Although he wanted to rob others, he did not dare to use the name of the Demon King Madman. This was because the Demon King Madman had attacked the disciples of the three sects, and it was a large-scale attack. I am afraid that the disciples of the three sects want to kill him now. If he admitted that he was the Demon King Madman now, those martial artists would not let him go. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to admit it. You are not. The girl in blue was stunned. She did not expect him to shake his head so decisively. On the other hand, Hongyu sneered, Senior sister, of course he is not. I think he was robbed by the Demon King Madman and lost his storage ring. That is why he wants to attack us. I said it, didn't I? I did not expect the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect to be so useless. You are courting death. Su Ziding was furious when he heard the other party's ridicule. This was originally his sore spot, and he did not expect it to be exposed at this moment. With a roar, he activated the Devil Vine domain and quickly attacked Hongyu and the girl. In the sky, Su Ziding controlled the Devil Vine domain and appeared in the void. In an instant, it enveloped Hongyu and the girl in blue. In an instant, countless demonic vines in the surroundings started to roll rapidly, forming numerous sharp attacks that shot towards the two of them. As a direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect, Su Ziding's strength was very terrifying. This strike had an extremely shocking momentum. Humph! Hongyu snorted and a golden light burst out from his eyes. He grasped the red spear with both hands and quickly thrust it forward. Every strike was like a blood-red bolt of lightning that streaked across the void. Every spear strike successfully pierced through a patch of demonic vines. In an instant, the sky was filled with red spear lights. It was like 10,000 bolts of lightning, extremely dazzling. As for the surrounding demonic tendrils, they simply couldn't get close. No matter how sharp they were all shattered by the red spear light. On the other side, the woman in blue also unleashed a blue king's domain. Suddenly, an endless amount of seawater appeared behind her, forming a powerful defense. What? How is that possible? Su Ziding's expression was gloomy because Hongyu's spear technique was too shocking. His opponent's every attack landed on the weak points of his attacks. It could be said that he had used the easiest method to break through his attack. This was too shocking. As a 5-star king, he was extremely powerful, and it was rare for him to meet a match within the same cultivation level. But now, his opponent was able to easily break through his attack. Even the Red Phoenix, Ding Peng, and the rest of the 3 great prodigies did not have this kind of ability. Damn it, it's his eye technique. Su Ziding gritted his teeth. He realized that Hongyu's eyes were emitting a faint golden light. There were mysterious runes shining around them. Obviously, this was a powerful eye technique that he did not know about. It was also this eye technique that saw through his attack. Eye technique. Then I'll make you unable to see it. Demonic vine flower. Su Ziding roared. Immediately, the surrounding demonic vines rolled and intertwined with each other. Then, on the huge branch, a beautiful flower quickly bloomed. The flower was very small, but it quickly grew bigger. It was like a huge red mountain that appeared in the void. It had 5 petals, each of which was bright red and glistening. At this moment, a red mist bloomed from those petals. It was highly toxic and quickly covered the entire domain. Not good, junior brother Hong, be careful. The woman in blue exclaimed and quickly activated her ocean domain. Immediately, merciless seawater gushed out and surrounded her. Sizzle. Sizzle. When the red poisonous gas touched the seawater, it emitted the sound of ice melting. The seawater around the woman in blue also rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was nothing that could be done about it. That blue-clothed woman was not a direct disciple. Compared to Su Ziding, she was much weaker. Therefore, she could not hold on at all. Fortunately, Hongyu was there. He stabbed out with his spear and pierced through the red poisonous gas, forming a huge black hole. At the same time, he used his king's domain to envelop the woman in blue. A faint golden king's domain appeared. It fought against the red mist. However, the red mist grew more and more. In the end, it filled the entire space. For a moment, no one could see anything with the naked eye. Only the sound of merciless collisions could be heard. Ha 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 ha. Kid, let's see how you're going to fight this time. In the distance, Su Ziding laughed arrogantly. Then, he waved his arm, and countless demonic vines quickly attacked. They were like green divine swords that were extremely sharp. How ignorant. Do you think my eye technique is that simple? Hongyu sneered disdainfully. The faint golden light in his eyes became stronger. The golden light spun quickly and formed a golden tadpole. At the same time, an incomparably mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. Then, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Hongyu's mouth. He clenched the long spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The long spear was like a dragon. It instantly pierced through the void and directly shattered the red demonic flower in the sky. Bang! The red demonic flower was shattered into pieces, and the surrounding red poisonous gas also quickly disappeared in an instant. Not only that, the Golden King's domain released countless rays of light that were like golden sharp swords. They slashed in all directions and quickly destroyed Suzeating's attack. What? I can still see it. Damn it, what kind of eye technique is this? Suzeating was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's eyes to be so strange. One had to know that the red poisonous gas was not an ordinary poisonous gas. It had a mysterious power that even soul power could not detect. However, his opponent's eyes could clearly capture his position, which made him feel incredulous. Especially when he made contact with his opponent's eyes, he felt his soul shake as if it was about to be sucked in. This made him even more terrified. Damn it, what a strange kid. Suzeating was going crazy. He had just lost to a mysterious madman, and now he could not even defeat a 15-year-old boy. Chapter 1655. Suzeating was driven mad in his heart. He had just been defeated at the hands of a mysterious madman. Now, he could not even beat a 15 or 16-year-old youth. This made him unable to bear it. However, those golden eyes were simply too terrifying. It made his heart palpitate with fear. If they continued fighting, he might be defeated. Therefore, he did not dare to fight at all. Waving his hand, the Devil Vine domain rapidly shrank, enveloping him in the end. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Suzeating's shoes carried the Devil Vine domain, turning into a green light, instantly rushing into the distance. Humph, consider yourself fast. Hong Yu also snorted coldly, withdrawing the golden domain. At the same time, the mysterious runes in his eyes also gradually disappeared. On the other side, the girl in blue completely heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, she was very surprised. Although she knew that Hong Yu had special ocular arts, she did not expect that he could defeat the other party so easily. After all, the other party was the Purple Sun Sect, ranked 6th personal disciple, his strength incomparably terrifying. Therefore, this made her feel like she was dreaming. While on the other side, Lin Xian was on the road again. This time, he robbed a few personal disciples again, obtaining rich battle results. However, it caused a terrifying sensation. For a moment, the news of personal disciples being robbed rapidly spread in the forest. After everyone learned about it, they were extremely shocked. It can't be, right? Even personal disciples were robbed. Damn it, how is this possible? Who in the world is it, to actually be so terrifying? Personal disciples are all 5-star kings, right? Who in the world is it, to be so powerful? Don't know. I heard that that person did not just make a move against one sect. The personal disciples of the 3 great sects were all robbed. Damn. Who in the world is it? Too fierce. Really want to meet him. No matter who it is, he's dead for sure this time. Indeed, right now, the personal disciples of the 3 great sects are all on the move, frantically searching for that person. Not just personal disciples, I heard that Dan Feng, Ding Peng, and Xiao Qing, the 3 great geniuses, are also on the move. What? Even those 3 people are on the move too. Everyone was shocked, discussing animatedly. No choice, this matter was seriously too shocking. They never thought that a powerhouse would actually appear out of nowhere, making a move against the genius disciples of the 3 great sections. This was an attempt to humiliate the 3 great sects. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause the 3 great sects to lose face. Those personal disciples were indeed on the move. They were frantically searching for the entire New Forest. Even Dan Fong and the other two were searching for him. However, none of them managed to find it. Lin Xian hid his identity when he took action, so no one knew that it was Lin Xian who did it. Furthermore, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely powerful. He was able to evade everyone's probing, and he was able to specifically target personal disciples who were alone. There's a duo. In the forest, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that there were only two people around, he prepared to make his move. His entire body was like a shooting star, rushing forward at high speed. His incredible speed tore through the void as he charged forward with unparalleled power. The two warriors in front suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted coldly. "Who is it?" "Courting death." However, what answered them was a violent fist. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. An incomparably pitch-black enormous fist was like a flood dragon. It was brilliant and overbearing as it quickly blasted forward. Boom! Quickly retreat. Among them, the white-clothed woman's figure was like lightning as she quickly retreated into the distance. As for the other person, he stood in place and did not move at all. After one strike, the ground caved in, and wounds were everywhere. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because he discovered that the black-robed man did not receive any injuries at all. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party curiously. It was a black-robed youth. His face was handsome, but his eyes carried a trace of coldness. In the distance was a white-clothed woman with a beautiful face. They were the mysterious brother and sister duo. "Who are you? You actually dare to attack us, brother and sister?" The black-robed man's voice was ice-cold as he looked at Lin Xian. At the side, the white-clothed woman also sized up curiously. She didn't expect that someone would actually have the guts to attack the brother and sister duo. One had to know that their king's domain was very special. Other than Dingpeng and the other two geniuses, the other direct disciples did not dare to fight with them. But now, someone actually dared to attack them. It was really surprising. "Are you very famous?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Then, he said indifferently, "Hand over your storage rings and I'll let you leave safely." "What? Hand over our storage rings?" The brother and sister duo were stunned, then laughed wildly. "You're the Demon King Madman that's been rumored recently, right? I didn't expect that you would dare to attack us. Hee, we were just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you rob the disciples of the Purple Sun sect? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Purple Sun sect." The mysterious brother and sister duo laughed coldly. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The azure dragon mask on his face flashed with a cold light. "I advise you not to be arrogant. The direct disciples that I met before were as arrogant as you. But in the end, they all lost. So, you should obediently hand over your storage rings. That way, you can avoid some physical pain. Kid, you're too arrogant. We're different from those direct disciples." "What's the difference?" Lin Xian did not think much of it. You dare to look down on us. You're asking for death." The lady in white also snorted coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. The black-robed man was even more arrogant. "Kid, today I'll end you." As he spoke, the black-robed man's body emitted a terrifying aura. Like a demon king, he looked down on everyone. In the next moment, he charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Purple Sun Fist. The black-robed man roared. Terrifying energy surged in his body and a purple fist quickly punched out. Instantly, purple light covered the sky and attacked like a tsunami. The void was like a painting, constantly shaking as if it would crack open at any time. The purple fist was like a purple sun, extremely dazzling and terrifying. Good timing. Lin Xian roared. Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. He was currently practicing the Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. Naturally, he was not afraid of fighting. Moreover, the stronger his opponent was, the happier he would be. He waved his fists and the sky was filled with flashing black fist shadows. They formed a divine light and intertwined with the shadow of a black dragon, quickly rushing forward. Boom! The two collided and a huge explosion occurred. Chapter 1656. However, the black-robed man was very strange. His body seemed to have turned into nothingness as he passed through the violent energy and charged towards Lin Xian. What's going on? Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the black-robed man appear beside him in an instant. However, he still threw out a punch subconsciously. Boom! This punch was very violent. If it landed on the black-robed man, even a 5-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the black-robed man was not affected at all. In fact, Lin Xian felt as if his punch had landed on air. The black-robed man's body was completely illusory. An afterimage. Lin Xian frowned. However, the black-robed man revealed a sinister look. He raised his palm again and threw out another punch. Suddenly, the void trembled. The purple fist was like a purple sun. It was filled with intense energy as it blasted towards Lin Xian. It's not an afterimage. Lin Xian was shocked. His pupils constricted. If it was an afterimage, it would not have been possible to attack. Moreover, the black-robed man's fist was too powerful. He could only quickly put up a defense. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Behind him, the Dragon Sword Realm shone brightly. Countless sword chi intertwined and formed a huge azure dragon shield in front of him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. A terrifying shockwave exploded. This punch directly pushed Lin Xian back. However, the Azure Dragon Divine Shield was extremely powerful. It absorbed most of the power, so Lin Xian did not suffer any injuries. However, the black-robed man charged towards him again. Lin Xian used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist to fight with him. However, no matter how terrifying his fist was, it did not cause any damage to the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man seemed to be illusory and transparent. Hee, it's useless. You can't hit me at all. The black-robed man laughed maniacally. He waved his fists and pushed Lin Xian back again. Brat, it's useless no matter how strong you are. In front of us siblings, you can only lose. You want to rob us siblings with your little strength? You too are ridiculous. Today is the day you die. The woman in white also laughed and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. She pulled out a thin red sword and quickly slashed forward. The red sword light soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire void shook as the resplendent sword light soared into the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his fists and unleashed 2 black dragons, which quickly rushed out to resist the red sword chi that filled the sky. However, something strange happened again. The white-clothed woman was also extremely strange. His body suddenly became transparent, as if he were air. He ignored the black dragon's attack and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Her entire body and the long sword in her hand turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning, quickly thrusting over. Buzz buzz buzz. The long sword vibrated, and streaks of red sword light turned into terrifying sharp blades, ruthlessly chopping towards Lin Xian. It's the same situation again. Lin Xian frowned and his face darkened. He unleashed a vast expanse of fist shadows towards his opponent. At the same time, his body swayed as he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge the sword chi that filled the sky. Hee, it's useless. The white-clothed woman sneered disdainfully, not caring at all. As expected, those violent fists did not cause any harm to her. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian's face darkened. He realized that this pair of brother and sister were too strange. You can't escape. On the opposite side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman had no intention of stopping and quickly charged forward. The two of them carried terrifying attacks as they fought Lin Xian. The battle erupted, but the siblings' bodies turned illusory from time to time, and they were not attacked at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian was under increasing pressure. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision occurred. The mysterious siblings dodged the attack, but Lin Xian was the one who was pushed back 1,000 meters. Kid, if this is all you have, then you can die. The black-clothed man snorted disdainfully. The white-clothed woman also laughed coquettishly. Demon King Madman. You're nothing in front of us siblings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He realized that the other party was too strange, so he used his martial path Heavenly Eye to see everything clearly. Buzz! Lin Xian's eyes became incomparably deep, and mysterious runes flickered at the same time. Then, he pointed out a finger. Void-shattering finger. Like an azure dragon, it instantly pierced through the black-clothed man. However, it did not cause any effect. It's useless. You don't have to struggle anymore. Your attacks can't hurt us at all. The black-clothed man did not dodge at all. He shook his head and sneered. Lin Xian acted as if he did not hear it. He continued to attack the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman. At the same time, the martial path Heavenly Eye in his eyes burst out a dazzling light. Gradually, he found a clue. There was an energy connection between the two of them. He realized that when the black-clothed man's body turned transparent and dodged the attack, the white-clothed woman could not do the same. Therefore, the white-clothed woman could only dodge. And when the white-clothed woman ignored the attack, the black-clothed man dodged. In other words, the two of them could not ignore the attack at the same time. Upon realizing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He did not know how the other party did it, but since he found a flaw, the other party was not invincible. At this time, the black-clothed man in front of him said coldly, "All right, kid, the game is over. Now you can go to hell obediently." I wonder if the disciples of the 3 sects will be grateful to us for killing a demon king like you. The white-clothed woman released a murderous aura. She held a red thin sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, "The two of you are just a so-so. Watch how I break your cultivation techniques now." What? Just a so-so? The mysterious siblings were stunned, then sneered disdainfully. "Kid, I think water has entered your brain. What an idiot. Even now, you still think you can hurt us." The two of them snorted disdainfully because no one had ever been able to break their techniques. "Since you are so stubborn, I'll send you to hell." Purple sun splits the sky. The black-clothed man snorted coldly. A purple sun quickly appeared in his palm, releasing a dazzling light. Then, he quickly charged toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the white-clothed woman also shouted, "Sword slashes the mountains and rivers." Streaks of red sword chi flew out like flying meteors, carrying a powerful force. The two killer moves quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a long roar and circulated the power in his body to the maximum. He opened his fists wide and his entire person was like a god of war, unstoppable. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. A terrifying fist technique appeared. His fist swung, completely shattering the void. The black fist was like a black dragon and as heavy as a mountain. It violently collided with the two killer moves. Clang! The energy explosion swept in all directions. Chapter 1657. Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps. In the next moment, a golden Dao pattern appeared under Lin Xian's feet. His speed was extremely fast and he dodged the attacks of the two people in an instant. He charged towards the two people at the same time. The black fist was crystal clear as it charged towards the woman in white. It's useless. The woman in white sneered as her body instantly turned transparent. However, at this moment, the black-robed man beside her let out a furious roar. That was because he realized that Lin Xian was also attacking him at the same time. The black fist had already arrived in front of her. Damn it! How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked. Wasn't the other party attacking his sister? How could he be in front of him? That fist was too terrifying. It carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, causing him to feel pain all over his body. If he was hit by that fist, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Therefore, without thinking, his body immediately turned transparent. Whoosh! The terrifying fist passed through the black-robed man's body and hit the void. Immediately, the black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he dodged the fist at the critical moment. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly. Because not far away, the woman in white let out a scream and fell down like a meteor. Boom! The woman in white was like a kite with a broken string. Her entire body was extremely pale as she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At the last moment, she was hit by Lin Xian's black dragon fist and was severely injured. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked and could not believe it. Wasn't the other party attacking him? Why is the woman in white injured? No. Damn it. I don't believe it. The black-robed man went crazy. His body swayed and he arrived beside the woman in white. Sister, are you all right? The black-robed man quickly took out some pills and healed the woman in white. At the same time, he quickly asked, "What's going on? Why are you injured?" He was clearly attacking me. No, he was attacking me. The woman in white said weakly. Her eyes were filled with shock. Originally, she could have dodged the punch. However, at the last moment, the black-robed man's body turned into nothingness, causing her to be completely exposed to the black dragon fist. Therefore, she was severely injured. Hearing the woman in white's words, the black-robed man's face turned ugly. What? We were both attacked. Damn it, that's impossible. How did he do it? They really couldn't understand how the other party had managed to injure them. The siblings' domains were very special. They were able to switch between illusory and corporeal with each other, which was why they were able to avoid attacks. However, between the siblings, only one of them could immaterialize at a time. The two of them couldn't do it at the same time. This was their only flaw. However, no one noticed this flaw. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to counterattack. This was because the brother and sister were both personal disciples, and their cultivations were both 5-star kings. Their strength was horrifying, and their speed was even faster. They could switch between illusion and reality with just a thought. No matter how fast people of the same level were, they would not be able to catch up to their speed. Only Ding Peng and the other two geniuses could defeat them. Other than that, even if the other personal disciples discovered an opening, they would not be able to launch a counterattack in terms of speed. And now, this mysterious young man had done it. They couldn't believe it. They even suspected that the mysterious man in front of them might be one of the three geniuses of Dingpeng. Damn it, who the hell are you? How can you be so fast? The white-robed woman gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't think that only the three geniuses have such speed. Don't be arrogant. I will never let you off. The black-robed man also gritted his teeth and roared. The brother and sister had always been arrogant. Other than the three geniuses, they didn't care about anyone else. But now, they were actually injured by a nameless person. This was intolerable to them. Therefore, they had to kill this kid in front of them to vent the hatred in their hearts. On the other side, the white-robed woman also took out a red pill and quickly swallowed it. Her injuries immediately healed by more than half. It was obvious that this was an extremely precious healing medicine. Kid, how dare you injure me? Today, I will make you pay a painful price. The white-robed woman's face was pale, and her voice was filled with dense killing intent. The black-robed man said, Sister, let's put some distance between us. I don't believe that this kid can be faster than us. The white-robed woman also nodded. Then, a light flashed behind them, and a huge territory quickly surged out, enveloping the entire space. This territory was very special. It was actually transparent. It directly blended into the void, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. This time, the two of them changed their strategy. The black-robed man attacked, while the white-robed woman attacked from afar. The two of them joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. The black-robed man roared and attacked first. His palms quickly formed a seal, and an extremely dazzling light appeared in the sky. Purple sun splits the sky. A purple sun appeared, flickering with purple light. Then, it jumped out of the black-robed man's palm. In the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded and floated in the sky. It was like a real sun, with flames soaring into the sky and mighty divine power. Kill! The black-robed man roared angrily and pushed the large purple sun downward. Boom boom boom. The purple sun swayed, making tsunami-like sounds. It shook the void, and the surrounding mountains and earth quickly cracked open. In an instant, the purple sun arrived in front of Lin Xian and pressed down hard. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered, and his body was incomparably fierce. What he used was still the incomparably violent apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Boom! Both of his fists were like dragons, slamming into the purple sun. Suddenly, an earth-shattering vibration was heard, like a sharp sword tearing through the sky. Black cracks started to appear in the void due to this power. This punch was too terrifying. It carried an incomparably violent aura, and it directly shattered the purple sun into pieces. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man, who wanted to attack, was shocked when he saw this scene. This was too unexpected. His attack had actually been directly shattered by someone. This was probably something only Dingpeng and the other two prodigies could do. Could it be that this is really one of them? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. As he spoke, the violent and destructive aura on his body skyrocketed again. He was like an angry dragon, roaring in the sky. Thunderbolt Dragon. With a roar, countless violent auras suddenly surged out, condensing into two huge black dragons that circled in the sky. Not only that, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts fell. Chapter 1658. Not only that, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts descended. Then, one of the black dragons charged towards the black-robed man. Illusory transformation. The black-robed man's pupils constricted as he roared. The power was too great, and he could not withstand it at all. He could only use his ultimate skill to turn his body into an illusory state to dodge the attack. Anyway, his sister had already retreated to a safe distance. He would definitely not let something like the last time happen again. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Then, his body swayed. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. With one step, Lin Xian's entire body turned into lightning, and he was extremely fast. Not only that, he also carried another black dragon and endless black lightning and quickly rushed towards the woman in white. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of the woman in white. Immediately, the black dragon and black lightning all landed on the woman in white. What? Seeing this scene, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Damn it! He roared and gave up on turning his body into an illusory state, giving the opportunity to the woman in white. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 black dragons exploded, and 2 huge black holes appeared in the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. This scene was extremely terrifying, and all the martial artists in the forest felt it. For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw the 2 pitch-black black holes, they were immediately shocked. What a terrifying energy storm! Who's doing it? Judging from the aura, it's at least a direct disciple, and it's in the top 5. Why do I feel like it's Dingpeng and the other 2 prodigies? Exclamations sounded one after another. Obviously, the 2 black holes terrified everyone. Let's go and take a look. Many people moved. Among them, there was no lack of direct disciples. In the forest, Dingpeng, Shaoqing, and Dan Feng also raised their heads and looked at the sky. They immediately frowned. The 3 of them snorted coldly and also moved, flying in the direction of the black holes. For a moment, countless rays of light lit up the sky, and all of them flew in the same direction. Soon, they all arrived near the black holes. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck and could not believe it. Not only that, their hearts were beating wildly, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. The reason for that was because 2 enormous craters had appeared before them. Within each crater lay a figure. This kind of scene was not unfamiliar to him. After all, it would appear after every battle. However, what shocked them were the 2 figures below. Fuck! Aren't they Huanling and Huanling from the Purple Sun sect? That's right. They are ranked in the top 3 among the direct disciples. How could he have been injured? Could it be that Dingpeng and the other 2 geniuses have made their move? It can't be. Normally, people of this level wouldn't go all out in the first round. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. As for the personal disciples in the crowd, their expressions were even more serious. They were well aware of the strength and means of the phantom siblings. That kind of divine ability that could switch between real and false gave the majority of personal disciples an incomparable headache. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to fight with them. But now, Huanling and Huanling were actually seriously injured. This was really unbelievable. Who on earth is it? How could they have such means? Could it be that the 3 heavens favorites have made their moves? Everyone was extremely puzzled. However, at this time, someone cried out in surprise, "Look, Dingpeng and the rest of the 3 heavens favorites have arrived." Sure enough, the void fluctuated. 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was precisely Dingpeng, Shaoqing, and Dan Feng, 3 people. The moment these 3 people appeared, they also furrowed their brows. Because the scene before their eyes made them similarly shocked. You guys made a move. The three people asked each other. But the next moment, the three people shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were even more stunned. Looks like it was not the three Heaven's favorites who made a move. Then who on earth possessed such heaven-defying divine ability? To be able to defeat the phantom siblings? Dingping asked in a solemn voice, "Who injured you guys?" "It's that Demon King." Below, the black-robed man said with difficulty. Until now, a hint of deep horror surfaced in his eyes. That scene previously was seriously too shocking. He and his sister were both attacked. This made him unable to believe it. However, what made him feel at ease was that the other party did not deal a killing blow to the two of them. They only injured the two of them and took away their storage rings. However, these words were akin to a clap of thunder in the ears of the surrounding martial artists, exploding with a loud bang. Demon King. What? It's that Demon King again. Damn it, he actually made a move again. Who the hell is that person? He's too strong. He can even defeat the phantom siblings. Could it be that his strength is no weaker than the three Heaven's favorites? For a moment, everyone's scalp went numb, and they were even terrified. Because when they thought that there was a powerful Demon King hidden in the Hidden Moon Forest, they even had the urge to escape. At this time, Dan Feng also asked in a solemn voice, "Who is that Demon King, do you know?" "I don't know, that person is wearing a black robe and an azure dragon mask on his face, blocking all detection. We don't know who he is at all." The woman in white also gritted her teeth and said. The brother and sister were seriously injured. At this moment, they were swallowing medicinal pills to heal their injuries while answering Dan Feng's question. "Does that person have any form or characteristics, such as cultivation method or something?" Ding Peng asked again. At the same time, he took out 2 healing pills from his storage ring and threw them to the phantom siblings in front of him. "Thank you, senior brother Ding." The phantom siblings took the medicinal pills, quickly swallowed them, and then said. "Although we don't know the identity of that person, he seems to have used a very violent fist technique. That fist technique is very easy to recognize, it has a violent and destructive aura when used. Not only that, between the fist shadows, there are also black dragon shadows. It should be a very profound fist technique." The woman in white also quickly said. At this moment, the personal disciples who had been robbed earlier also echoed in agreement. "That's right, it's that kind of fist technique. It's too violent, as if it can destroy everything. Yes, he also has a unique skill, that is, he can instantly shoot out 2 black dragons, and there are also black lightning descending. It's very terrifying." A message came out one after another, and the surrounding people were shocked. They now vowed that as long as they encountered such a person in the forest, they would immediately turn around and leave. They absolutely did not dare to meet him. Meanwhile, Ding Peng, Xiao Qing, and Dan Feng were frowning too. Since Ling Su and his sister had also lost, they were afraid that the other personal disciples were not that person's opponent. Perhaps, only the 3 of them could defeat him. Chapter 1659. At the same time, in a hidden cave, Lin Xian was holding 2 storage rings with a smile on his face. These were the storage rings of the mysterious siblings. One had to admit that the storage rings of the 2 siblings were very rich, even richer than the storage rings of ordinary personal disciples. There were a large number of supreme-grade subdivine crystals inside, which made Lin Xian very happy. He used the Dragon Sword Realm and quickly absorbed them. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. His cultivation was also increasing rapidly, and he was now only a step away from becoming a 3-star king. However, he could not break through. Not enough. I need to fight again. Lin Xian calculated the time. There was only 1 day left before the end of the first stage. He had to find a personal disciple and fight again. As long as he could get some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, he would be able to break through and become a 3-star king. Once he became a 3-star king, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. His battle strength would increase greatly. In this way, he would have a certain level of strength in this vast eastern wasteland. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he moved again. This time, he was looking for a personal disciple while flying towards the mountain range in the distance. This was because he had to reach that mountain peak at the stipulated time tomorrow. Otherwise, he would fail. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss this opportunity. However, he did not find many people along the way. He thought that those people were all flying towards the mountain peak. This was indeed the case. It was already the last day. Basically, those who had the strength had formed a complete jade pendant. At this moment, they were flying towards the mountain peak. Those who had lost their jade pendants were also lying in ambush near the mountain peak, wanting to launch a final counterattack. Therefore, there were not many people in most places in this forest. Moreover, there was another reason. It was the scene of the siblings being defeated 2 days ago. It was too shocking. It made everyone tremble in fear. They did not dare to stay in this forest any longer, afraid that they would meet the Demon King Madman. This made Lin Xian somewhat depressed. This was because if he did not meet other personal disciples, he would not be able to break through to become a 3-star king. Therefore, along the way, he quickly spread out his soul power, forming a carpet search. There are sounds of fighting ahead. After flying for half a day, Lin Xian finally discovered a trace of movement. Instantly, his face was filled with ecstasy as he sped up. The view in front of him opened up, and the trees gradually became sparse. Instead, it was surrounded by mountains, and there was even a large silver waterfall flowing down. The sound of the flowing water was like a thunderclap, deafening to the ears. Not only that, but there was also an intense battle taking place near the waterfall. However, the two sides of the battle were a little strange. It wasn't the disciples of the 3 sects fighting. It was a battle between a man and a beast. It was a green-robed man. His eyes were like lightning, and his face was sharp as a knife. His entire being was incomparably fierce. On his body, it was surrounded by sharp saber lights, each of which was as sharp as a heavenly saber. It was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was a terrifying demon king. Its entire body was covered in blue scales. Its body was the size of a small mountain, and its head was the size of a house. Not only that, but his body also carried a monstrous killing intent, causing more than half of the void to distort. At this moment, the two of them were fighting, and terrifying waves of air swept in all directions. When Lin Xian got closer, he noticed that there was a half-meter tall plant behind the blue monster. The purple leaves were crystal clear, and a 7-petaled flower bloomed. There were 7 or 8 purple fruits on top of it. Arhat divine fruit. Lin Xian was extremely shocked because it was a rare spiritual fruit. It was rarely seen, and he didn't expect to see it here. No wonder the green-robed man wanted to fight with the blue monster. He probably wanted to obtain the Arhat divine fruit as well. Moreover, the green-robed man was no stranger to Lin Xian. He was the top genius of the Purple Sun sect, Dingpeng. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of Dingpeng and the blue monster. The monster's eyes were ferocious as it let out an angry roar. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with this new human and wanted to scare him away. On the other side, Dingpeng frowned. A black robe and a green dragon mask. You should be the crazy demon king that's been rumored recently. Dingpeng sneered. Kid, you actually dared to attack a disciple of the Purple Sun sect. How audacious. Since we've met now, I'll kill you myself. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't expect to meet a top genius so soon. Ding Peng's strength was indeed outstanding, far surpassing the other personal disciples. However, since he had met him, Lin Xian didn't plan to leave. Since the other party was his senior brother, he should have more supreme-grade subdivine crystals. If he obtained the other party's storage ring, he could definitely break through to become a 3-star king. I didn't expect it to be you. Since we've met, let's have a go. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. What? Ding Peng was indeed surprised. He snorted. Kid, no matter who you are, your courage is indeed surprising. However, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you're so great just because you defeated the Phantom siblings. To tell you the truth, other than Xiao Qing and Dan Feng, no one dares to attack me. However, even Xiao Qing and Dan Feng are no match for me. So, you dared to challenge me. That's your biggest mistake. Cut the crap. Whether it's a mistake or not, we'll know in a battle. Lin Xian shook his head indifferently and said, let's go to the other side, so as not to destroy the Arhat divine fruit. Up to you. Since you want to choose your own grave, I'll fulfill your wish. Ding Peng shrugged indifferently. He had strong confidence. This time, he came with the intention of entering the Wavering Light's sacred land. Moreover, he was very confident in himself. Even Dan Feng and Xiao Qing, who were equally famous as him, were no match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest among all the warriors this time. As for that demon king Madman, even though he had defeated quite a number of his personal disciples, he still did not put them in his eyes. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and flew into the distance. Very soon, he arrived at a forest. This place was some distance away from that Arhat divine fruit. Even if they fought fiercely, they probably could not hurt that place too. Chosen the grave. Behind, Ding Peng followed unhurriedly, the corners of his mouth carrying a hint of a cold smile. So much crap. But Lin Xian gave a cold snort. Courting death. Let me see just what kind of means you have. Ding Peng was greatly enraged. He never thought that the other party actually dared to berate him. One had to know, even Dan Feng and Xiao Qing did not dare to be so rude to him. Chapter 1660. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he charged over like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. At the same time, his arm vibrated rapidly. He did not pull out his long saber. Instead, he used another terrifying technique. His 5 fingers formed a claw with mysterious runes surrounding it. Suddenly, 5 terrifying claw shadows appeared. Each of them was several meters long and had a deep purple color. On top of it, there were mysterious runes revolving around it. Otherwise, there would be lightning flashing around them and emitting a terrifying aura. Purple Demon Claw. As soon as the terrifying palm appeared, it was immediately filled with a terrifying aura. At the same time, there was also a shocking power. Perhaps even a 5-star king would not be able to resist this claw. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and punched out. Boom! The two collided, and the void exploded. Countless storms swept in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his hand, and the huge claw was also pushed back. Interesting. No wonder you could injure so many personal disciples. I have to say, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Ding Peng was extremely surprised, and he sized up Lin Xian again. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. It was far beyond his expectations. Judging from his strength, he was not weak even among 5-star kings. However, he had no chance of winning against him. In the next moment, Ding Ping sneered and waved his huge palm again, quickly slapping over. The purple demon claw emitted light and quickly grew larger. In an instant, it covered the entire sky. Above it, lightning flashed and rumbled. It was as if a purple cloud had completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! 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 The purple demon claw had not descended yet, but the lightning on it mercilessly struck down. One by one, they interweaved in the air, forming an electric net. It was powerful and terrifying, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's response was very simple. He punched out. At this moment, his fist was comparable to a treasure. It was powerful and terrifying. The purple lightning net was instantly torn apart by the fist. Not only that, the fist silhouettes that filled the sky interweaved with one another and rapidly shot upward. Fight against me. You overestimate yourself. Ding Ping coldly snorted and clapped his hands. Immediately, the black cloud-like demonic claw in the sky rapidly descended. The demonic claws covered the sky and covered the earth. This kind of powerful attack was suffocating. Most likely, other than Dan Feng and Xiao Qing, none of the other personal disciples would be able to stand against him. However, the result exceeded Ding Peng's expectations. The black fist rose into the air and instantly slammed into the purple demonic claw. Caw caw caw. The purple demonic claw couldn't withstand the pressure and let out a low groan. Then, it was covered with cracks. On the other hand, Lin Xian's fist shone brightly, and its power did not diminish. Pang! In the next moment, the purple demonic claw split apart. What? Ding Peng's pupils shrank, he retracted his hand in disbelief. Streams of blood flowed between his fingers, and his face was pitch black. His opponent had actually broken through his attack. This was simply too unbelievable. What a powerful fist. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is this? His expression was uncertain, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He was full of confidence before and didn't take the other party seriously at all. But now, he actually suffered a loss in the other party's hands and was even injured. This made his face burn, as if he had been slapped in public. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect that. I've underestimated you. Ding Peng was so angry that he laughed. But next, I'll let you know my true strength. And you will die in despair. Ding Peng snorted coldly again. His black hair danced wildly, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a demon king, waving his palms rapidly, forming a strange trajectory. If there were other martial artists here, they would definitely exclaim in shock. Because the other party was using a purple sun sex ultimate skill. Void Heaven Palm. A purple sun appeared in Ding Peng's palm. It spun rapidly, emitting a monstrous aura. This was a purple sun sex ultimate skill, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, in the hands of Ding Peng, it was even more powerful. That purple sun seemed very real. Although it wasn't big, the aura emitted from it was probably something that a 5-star king couldn't withstand. In fact, it had already surpassed the power of a 5-star king. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He let out a low shout, and immediately, his entire body released spiritual energy. Waves of destructive aura quickly surged out. It fought against the purple light in front of him. Boom! In fact, the two of them didn't even make a move, but the terrifying aura clashed rapidly in the air. A thunderous sound was heard. Cracks were even torn in the void. On the opposite side, the purple sun was held in Ding Peng's hand, emitting an ocean-like energy. Not only that, the weight was extremely terrifying. Even the void under Ding Peng's feet was distorted. One could only imagine how terrifying this purple sun was. Kill! With a cold shout, Ding Peng's palm fell. Immediately, the purple sun began to descend. Boom! The sky collapsed in an instant. The purple sun was incomparable. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. That kind of power was probably something that even a 6-star king would have to avoid. The surrounding mountains and forests collapsed in an instant. Countless cracks that were thousands of miles long appeared on the ground. Nothing could withstand this kind of power. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He knew that the other party was definitely a powerful opponent. However, he wasn't afraid. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been afraid of anyone. Now, it was the same. At this moment, light bloomed in his body. The great dragon sword soul circulated rapidly, and the destructive and violent aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. The black aura even turned into flames that burned fiercely, intertwining to form a black dragon that circled around his body. He waved his fists, and endless fist shadows flashed. The black dragon on his body became more solid, as if it had traveled through time and space. In the end, the black scales on it were even lifelike, as if a real dragon had been reborn. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. The black dragon on his body and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was filled with power. The dragon sword soul in his body surged, and dragon chi surrounded his body. At this moment, with Lin Xian as the center, powerful energy fluctuations rolled out like roaring waves, sweeping in all directions. Thunderbolt Dragon! Lin Xian shouted as he waved his fists, executing the first killing move of the apocalyptic black dragon fist. Immediately, a violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows transformed into black dragons that roared and charged forward. Chapter 1661. A violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows transformed into black dragons that roared and charged forward. This was a top-tier Earth-grade martial bloodline. Coupled with Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul, its power was terrifying to the extreme. This power had also surpassed that of a 5-star king. In fact, even a 6-star king might not be able to contend against it. The black dragons fought against the purple sun. In the next moment, the two collided, erupting with an incomparable light. The entire sky was illuminated in an instant. The berserk aura swept out in all directions like the waves of the sea. At this moment, the area within 100 miles was filled with violent energy flows. Countless mountains and trees were uprooted from the ground. Dozens of huge black holes appeared in the sky. They were like giant beasts in the abyss. The ground sank as if there was a huge earthquake. This attack was extremely terrifying. After dozens of collisions, the purple sun was on the verge of collapse. Then, it exploded. Violent energy swept through heaven and earth. The two black dragons roared and soared into the sky. At this moment, the void sky's solar palm was defeated. Puff! Ding Peng also vomited blood on the spot as his body flew backward. His palms drooped weakly, and his entire body was severely injured. There was a loud boom. He landed on the ground like a meteor. Lin Xian stood in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His black robe trembled, and the azure dragon mask emitted a cold light. At this moment, he was like a god of war. Ah! Ding Peng roared angrily below. The huge rocks around him exploded in an instant, and the entire place turned into nothingness. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was dripping with blood, but his eyes were abnormally cold. Not only that, but his handsome face was also incomparably ferocious. He was angry. He was really angry. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength had reached the peak of a 5-star king. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this time, he came to participate in the Holy Land selections with the confidence that he would definitely win. It could be said that no one among the disciples of the 3 sects could compare to him. However, he had actually been defeated. In fact, it was not that he was careless. Instead, he was defeated when he used his sect's ultimate technique. His opponent's fist was stronger than his, and his opponent's strength was even crazier than his. That destructive aura almost tore his body apart. This kind of scene was something that he had never imagined before. Therefore, he could not accept it at all. With a furious roar, he quickly took out several pills from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he circulated his spiritual energy, and the bones in his body began to crackle. In an instant, all the broken bones were reconnected. However, even so, the wounds on his body quickly healed. His entire body emitted an incomparably resplendent purple light. "Brat, how dare you injure me? Die!" At this moment, Ding Peng was like a crazed beast, abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and instantly arrived below like a bolt of lightning. Not only that, he even raised his foot and stomped towards Ding Peng. Suddenly, a huge foot of light was formed. It was as sharp as a mountain, and it pressed down quickly. "You are courting death." Scram! Ding Peng was enraged and roared madly. As a direct disciple, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? The other party actually used the sole of his foot to stomp on him. This really made him mad. With a furious roar, 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 sharp sabers that slashed forward fiercely. The sharp saber rays slashed on the huge foot, producing a clanging sound. The flames were like lightning, shaking heaven and earth. The gigantic foot of light was blocked, and Ding Peng took advantage of this opportunity to appear in another location. "Brat, die!" He roared madly. At this moment, he used all his strength. No matter who the other party was, he had to kill him. With a clang, the saber at his waist was pulled out. Then, his arm swayed, and a ray of light quickly slashed out. Whoosh! The ray of light was like a purple divine rainbow. It was extremely dazzling, and a terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. He was like a ghost, constantly changing his position, and his speed was extremely fast. The sharp saber rays that filled the sky brushed past him, and they did not hit him at all. Even if they hit him, they were all afterimages. This made Ding Peng even angrier. With a furious roar, light flickered behind him, and a huge domain instantly enveloped the entire space. "Humph, I don't believe it. No matter how fast you are, what can you do? In my domain, you have no way to survive." Ding Peng gritted his teeth, and a murderous aura bloomed all over his body. To be honest, he was too shocked. The other party's fist was extremely terrifying, and his strength was boundless, which shocked him. However, the other party's speed was even more strange, and it was extremely fast. In fact, it was even faster than his saber light. This made him unable to do anything to the other party for a while. Thus, he unleashed his domain and completely enveloped the entire space. Seeing that the other party was enveloped, Ding Peng revealed a sinister smile. In this domain, he was the king, and he dominated everything. No matter how fast the other party was, he could not escape. Ah, brat, go to hell. Boom boom boom. The divine saber domain trembled rapidly, and a tsunami-like sound shook the void. Inside, countless saber rays flickered. They were like streaks of divine red, crisscrossing the space. Kill! Ding Peng roared angrily, and immediately, thousands of saber lights slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire space was filled with murderous intent. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon sword domain also appeared behind him. The green domain enveloped him, and countless sword chi also flew out to fight against the saber lights that filled the sky. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and every strike tore through the sky. However, Ding Peng's expression did not look good. The reason for that was because his saber lights were actually blocked. One had to know that this was really too unbelievable. His divine saber domain was extremely terrifying. Any saber light could kill a 5-star king. At this moment, even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the mysterious young man opposite him actually blocked it. And from the looks of it, it was effortless. This shocked him to the core. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Ding Peng was extremely shocked. He realized that the other party's methods were too strange. Not only did he have incomparably powerful strength and terrifying speed, but he also had such a terrifying domain. The aura on those lights even surpassed his divine saber domain. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Ding Peng shook his head frantically. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his combat strength was even comparable to some disciples of the sacred grounds. It could be said that he was very powerful. Therefore, he did not believe that the other party could defeat him. Divine saber birth. Finally, Ding Peng roared angrily. Chapter 1662. The divine saber domain trembled as the purple saber light that filled the sky quickly intertwined and gathered on the long saber in his hand. Originally, the purple saber in his hand was already very bright. Now, with the support of the endless saber light, it became even brighter. Mid-grade Earth rank treasure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Humph. It's useless. In front of my divine saber domain, you definitely won't be able to escape this time. Ding Peng shouted coldly and then waved the purple saber in his hand. Boom. The long saber fell, and a huge purple saber light quickly appeared. Divine light shone, and killing intent soared into the sky. It was like a purple river that quickly descended. The void split open, and the saber light vibrated, letting out a crisp sound. It was like a clap of thunder that pierced through all directions. For a moment, the entire space was completely covered by violent energy, and movement techniques could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not use the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Unless he used his fist to break the domain and quickly leave the divine saber domain. Otherwise, no matter how fast his movement technique was, he would probably be affected. Humph, it's just a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. It's no big deal. Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his hand. Suddenly, a small black cauldron appeared in front of him. He waved it lightly, and the small black cauldron instantly grew bigger. It was like a black mountain blocking in front of him. The small black cauldron was incomparably simple. Birds and beasts were engraved on it, and it emitted a black light that was vivid and lifelike. Clang! The shocking saber light slashed on the black thousand-beast cauldron, letting out an earth-shaking sound. However, it did not break. What? He blocked it. Ding Peng was shocked and did not dare to believe it. The long saber in his hand was a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. Coupled with his king's domain, it could be said that this move could injure a 6-star king. However, his opponent blocked it. This made him extremely shocked. Could it be that it's also a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure? Ding Peng's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the 1,000-beast cauldron in front of him. His face immediately became gloomy. He did not expect his opponent to also have a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. He was too shocked. Generally, the direct disciples of the 3 major sects like the Purple Sun sect would have a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. Only the 3 of them, the eldest direct disciples, would possess a mid-grade Earth step artifact. Apart from the 3 of them, no one else had the right to possess it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who was lucky enough to obtain such a treasure. However, this mysterious person had actually taken out a mid-grade Earth step artifact. It was simply too shocking. Damn it, is this kid really not a disciple of our 3 sects? At this moment, Ding Peng's heart was filled with suspicion. Who the hell are you? Why do you have a mid-grade Earth step artifact? Ding Peng gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian coldly snorted, "You'll know the answer to that question when you beat me." Then, he waved his hand and slapped the 1,000-beast cauldron before him. Immediately, the 1,000-beast cauldron shone brightly. Above it, 5 rays of light flowed. Those strange beasts quickly rotated, as if they were about to come to life. Boom! Boom! Sure enough, in the next moment, a demonic beast charged out of the 1,000-beast cauldron. Suddenly, a demonic aura shot up into the sky, and a dense light covered the sky. It was a black demonic beast. Its body was as big as a mountain, and its wings were like black demonic blades. When it spread out, it was at least 1,000 meters long. There was a thick murderous aura around it. In the next moment, Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He could naturally feel the terrifying energy coming from the other party. In fact, he was extremely wary of it. However, Lin Xian was like a demon king, holding the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hand. At that moment, the black demonic beast in the sky quickly charged over. The sky was filled with demonic aura, and a terrifying power tore through the void. This power made one feel despair. Even a 6-star king would not dare to take it head-on. Kill! Ding Peng's scalp went numb, but he still roared and quickly counterattacked with the purple saber in his hand. With a slash of the saber, the surrounding divine saber domain shone rapidly, turning into a dazzling saber light. Like a galaxy, it charged forward. Clang! The saber light was like lightning, ruthlessly slashing the black demonic beast. Immediately, a thunderous sound was heard. Roar! That black demonic beast seemed to be real, and it let out a terrifying roar. Then, it raised its incomparably black beast claw and slammed it down. At the same time, it flapped its wings and spun rapidly, forming countless black gales that swept in all directions. This energy was too terrifying. In an instant, the black beast clashed with the saber light that filled the sky, bursting out countless large explosions. The two were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Ding Peng's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the other party could really contend with him. However, Lin Xian was expressionless. He formed another seal with his palm and slammed it on the 1,000-beast cauldron. Immediately, the demonic beast on the cauldron flashed, and another behemoth rushed out quickly. What? There's more. Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the other party could summon demonic beasts. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the destruction black dragon fist. Instead, he used another Earth-grade martial art, 9 changes of the firmament. Originally, this was a low-grade Earth-grade martial art, and its power was a little behind now. However, it was different now. Lin Xian combined the 9 changes of the firmament with the 1,000-beast cauldron, and the attack was no weaker than a high-grade earth-grade martial art. After all, the 1,000-beast cauldron was a mid-grade earth-grade artifact. Moreover, the beast soul on it was very compatible with the 9 changes of the firmament. Therefore, the combination of the two was astonishing. The black demonic beast from before was the first change of the firmament, Qiong Qi change. Now, Lin Xian formed another seal with his palm, and suddenly, a black heavenly rock appeared in the sky. It was incomparably black, and when it spread its wings, it covered the sky like an ancient demonic beast. Boom! The void suddenly boiled. The black heavenly rock's surface was smooth, and 108,000 swords were quickly displayed. Suddenly, the entire void was filled with countless black sword chi, and it was incomparably terrifying. Each sword chi was extremely sharp, like a divine artifact. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Ding Peng's face was incomparably ugly. To be honest, this method was indeed beyond his expectations. However, the purple saber in his hand was also a mid-grade earth-grade artifact. Therefore, he would not admit defeat so easily. Purple lightning saber technique. Ding Peng roared and once again displayed a powerful martial art. The purple lightning saber technique was also a high-grade earth-grade martial art, and it was incomparably terrifying. With a slash of the saber light that filled the sky turned into purple lightning. An ear-piercing sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the terrifying lightning saber light quickly collided with the 108,000 swords. Boom! Boom! The entire void was completely pierced through. However, it was not over yet. Just when Ding Peng thought that he had resisted the heavenly rock, Lin Xian's third demonic beast condensed. Di Jiang. An ancient demonic beast, born with fire. The moment it appeared, it immediately brought with it a monstrous flame. Boundless flames surged and surged. Everywhere in the world was a sea of fiery red. Chapter 1663. The terrifying heatwave burned all the saber lights in the sky to ashes. Then, Di Jiang flapped his wings. Suddenly, the flames that filled the sky surged like waves and swept towards Ding Peng. It was as if he wanted to burn the entire divine saber domain. Purple lightning saber technique, ultimate kill transformation. On the other side, Ding Peng was forced to retreat. He roared furiously and unleashed a killer move. Suddenly, the purple saber in his hand became even brighter, as if it had become a divine saber. Not only that, but the entire divine saber domain also shone brightly and emitted a mysterious energy. Then, a translucent figure appeared in the divine saber domain, holding a purple lightning saber. In the next moment, a vast amount of energy surged out. Then, the mysterious figure quickly waved the lightning saber. Boom! An astonishing blade light descended rapidly from the void and struck Di Jiang hard. Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, even the entire forest began to tremble. The flames in the sky were torn apart, and a huge saber mark appeared on Di Jiang's body. However, Ding Peng did not have it easy either. The terrifying black flames were so powerful that they caused damage to the divine saber domain. There were even cracks in some places. Damn it! Ding Peng gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had to admit that the other party was indeed powerful. The purple saber in his hand, in particular, made him feel a sense of threat. However, it seemed that the other party had used up all his tricks. On his side, he still had many tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, the outcome was basically decided. With a cold snort, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm again, cooperating with the thousand-beast cauldron's attack. It was a gigantic demonic ape that was pitch black in color. It stood tall like an ancient giant. It quickly appeared from the thousand-beast cauldron. As soon as it appeared, its arms shook the sky, and the surrounding saber lights were all shattered. This time, not only Zhu Yan, but also the four beasts that Lin Xian had summoned. They charged forward together. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely terrifying. With the thousand-beast cauldron above his head, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into a flash of light, charging forward. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian descended from the sky like a demon king. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Under the control of the thousand-beast cauldron, the 4 demonic beasts ran amok in all directions. Lin Xian charged forward and unleashed the Black Dragon Fist of Annihilation. His attacks carried a violent and destructive aura, as if they were going to blow up the entire space. On the other side, Ding Peng was also going crazy. He did not care about the consequences. He used all his strength to activate the purple long blade in his hand and the divine blade domain. He was like a saber god, swift and fierce to the extreme. However, he was still beaten until he retreated again and again. On Lin Xian's side, the more he fought, the braver he became. He performed the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist, and a destructive aura filled the air. Not only that, his fist technique was becoming more and more skillful, and he was rapidly approaching the minor accomplishment realm. Purple lightning 7 slashes. On the other side, Ding Peng roared furiously as he exerted his combat strength to the limit and slashed out 7 shocking saber lights in succession. A huge saber light swept across the world. It tore through the void and slashed forward. Thunderbolt Mad Dragon. Lin Xian performed the killing move of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. A huge black dragon roared out, surrounded by black lightning. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, that huge body collided with the 7 shocking purple saber lights. There was an explosion in the void, and the entire divine blade domain shook rapidly. Both of them kept retreating. Lin Xian performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he opened up the dragon sword domain and formed the Azure Dragon Divine Shield to defend against all the violent energy. Caw caw caw. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from his body, and the destructive aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Great! Lin Xian was ecstatic. He realized that the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist had finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. If the Elder of the Wavering Light's sacred ground knew about it, his jaw would drop. The Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was a top Earth-class cultivation technique. Moreover, the requirements for martial artists were very harsh. It could be said that it was very difficult to cultivate. Even in the Wavering Light's sacred ground, no one could cultivate it. Therefore, he exchanged this cultivation technique with Lin Xian. Because he believed that no one could cultivate it. But now, Lin Xian had actually cultivated it. Not only did he cultivate it, but he also reached the minor accomplishment realm in an extremely short period of time. This was really unbelievable. But thinking about it, it was understandable. During this period of time, he had been using the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist to challenge various geniuses. It could be said that the improvement of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was completed in thousands of battles. There was not a trace of water. Feeling that the destructive aura on his body had become stronger, Lin Xian roared excitedly. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a huge black dragon, flying quickly in the sky. Ha! Take another punch from me. Raging dragon ripping the sky. This was the second killing move of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. In the sky, a huge black dragon appeared. The dragon's claws waved, forming a strong force as if it wanted to tear the entire sky apart. That energy instantly enveloped Ding Peng. Not good. Ding Peng's face changed drastically, and it was incomparably pale. Originally, he was almost unable to hold on, but he didn't expect that the other party would use another killing move. This was simply unbearable for him. So in the next moment, he vomited blood and flew out. Most of the bones in his body were broken. Not only that, as he flew out with serious injuries, the saber light that filled the sky, as well as the surrounding divine saber domain, quickly disappeared. This shocking battle had also come to an end. The top genius of the three major sects, Ding Peng, was defeated. Without the divine saber domain, that violent energy suddenly swept in all directions. At this moment, even the cultivators below the mountain range in the distance felt it. Everyone turned around and looked at the forest behind them. What happened? Could it be that someone is fighting? This energy is too terrifying, it seems to have surpassed the 5-star king realm. Could it be that the three great geniuses have made their move? It's very possible. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but no one went to watch. Because time was running out, they had to wait here. Otherwise, if they missed the time, they would be eliminated. That would not be worth the loss. So, although everyone was curious, no one went to watch. Not only that, more and more cultivators gathered in the remote Moon Mountain range. There were even many battles. Among them, of course, those who were defeated wanted to snatch the jade pendants. After all, it was not considered a failure until the last moment. However, those who could collect the complete jade pendants were all experts, so those people were no match for them at all. However, at this moment, a figure appeared, which attracted the attention of many people. That was because the other party was alone. However, the other party was not Ding Peng and the other two great geniuses, which made people pay attention. Chapter 1664. Everyone was extremely puzzled. Countless gazes were directed to the front. And the person who appeared was naturally Lin Xian. He had won the battle with Ding Peng. He had obtained a large number of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. However, he didn't have time to cultivate and had to complete the first round first. Therefore, he came to the remote Moon Mountain range. This kid should be that guy from the Pills sect, right? I didn't expect him to be able to come here. Yeah, it's not easy for him to come here with his cultivation base. What's the use of coming here? He's alone and his cultivation base isn't high. I guess the jade pendant on him has long been gone. Do you think he's the Demon King? Someone raised his doubts. After all, the Demon King was also acting alone. What a joke. After everyone heard this, they shook their heads and snorted coldly. If he's the Demon King, I'll eat this mountain directly. They didn't believe it at all. Because from the way the Demon King acted, his strength was at least at the level of the three great geniuses. The young man in front of them had a pitifully weak cultivation base. How could he be the Demon King? After Lin Xian heard this, he smiled and didn't say anything. Because he didn't intend to reveal his identity as the Demon King, because that would cause everyone to besiege him. And in the distance, seeing Lin Xian return safely, Chu Yu also revealed a smile. Junior brother Lin. She waved happily to greet him. However, the two personal disciples beside Chu Yu had unkind expressions on their faces. They even snorted coldly. This kid is really lucky to be able to come here alive. So what if he's here? Trash like him can't pass the first round at all. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. A disciple of the Lingshu sect shouted coldly. The others also sneered, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, raised his palm, and suddenly a sharp sword light slashed out. In an instant, the arrogant disciple was sent flying. Boom! That disciple flew out and knocked over a mountain. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A 2-star king sent a 4-star king flying with a raise of his hand. Was this a fucking dream? At this moment, everyone's expressions were incomparably interesting. On the other hand, the corners of Chu Yu's mouth rose slightly. She had witnessed Lin Xian's strength. Leaping ranks to battle and whatnot was no problem for Lin Xian at all. However, the two personal disciples beside Chu Yu had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they had actually underestimated their opponent. However, soon after, they revealed disdainful smiles. So what if they could send 4-star king tears flying? They weren't 4-star king tears, they were 5-star king tears. He even had an earth step artifact in his hands. It was definitely not something that the other party could contend against. Beside him, a huge boulder collapsed, forming a huge crater in the ground. The disciple who spoke arrogantly stood up shakily, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful, sending him flying with a single move. However, his two companions roared, "Brat, you're courting death." After shouting coldly, the two of them started working frantically. They were a team of 3, yet one of them had actually been sent flying by a 2-star king tier. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. This made them lose face. Therefore, they had to kill this brat in front of them to prove their strength. Traceless palm. One of them waved both palms. One after another, flickering palm shadows quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. It was like an abyss beast, incomparably terrifying. The other person pressed his palms together, and a hazy light bloomed from his body. Immediately, the ground cracked open. Countless rocks turned into 2 large hands, quickly grabbing at Lin Xian. In an instant, they wrapped around Lin Xian's legs. This was actually an earth element martial artist. The two people attacked very suddenly. So much so that when everyone exclaimed, that terrifying energy was still enveloping Lin Xian. "It's over, this brat is dead for sure." The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. 2 4-star king tiers attacking, a 2-star king definitely could not block it. In the distance, the alchemy sect's Chao Yun and other personal disciples also sneered. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because several sharp sword lights surged out from Lin Xian's body, slashing forward. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, the flickering palm shadows and the 2 giant stone hands were chopped into pieces. Not only that, the shocking sword lights turned into rainbows, instantly piercing towards the 2 people who attacked. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 sword lights turned into sharp swords, pressing against the 2 people's throats. With just a little bit of force, these 2 people would instantly lose their lives. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a method. As for the 2 people who attacked him, their faces were pale, and they were covered in cold sweat. They were pressed against the 2 sharp swords, and when they felt the terrifying killing intent, they almost knelt on the ground. "Stop! We were wrong, we apologize. We were wrong before. Yes, we shouldn't have attacked you. Please let us go." The 2 quickly begged for mercy, no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect things to change like this. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, he withdrew the 2 sword lights. He did not intend to kill anyone. His previous attack was to intimidate the surrounding people. Now, he had achieved his goal. As expected, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators all changed when they looked at Lin Xian. They became incomparably respectful. There was even a wisp of fear. Beside Chu Yu, the personal disciple called Chao Yun had a cold gaze. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations, and this made him very unhappy. Especially since he had been pursuing Chu Yu recently, and Chu Yu had a good relationship with Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian was only a 2-star king, so he did not take him seriously. But now, the other party had displayed such powerful strength, which made him nervous. "Kid, why do you have such powerful strength? What relationship do you have with that demon king?" Chao Yun gritted his teeth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Indeed, thinking about it now, this youth was very suspicious. He was clearly only a 2-star king, but his battle strength was incomparably powerful. Could it be that he was really that mysterious demon king? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the personal disciple, Chao Yun, with a cold glint in his eyes. The other party had provoked him time and time again. It seemed that he could not be lenient anymore. However, at this moment, Chu Yu quickly said, "Impossible, how could junior brother Lin be related to the demon king? That devil king is very arrogant. Furthermore, he used an extremely terrifying fish technique. But as far as I know, junior brother Lin is a swordsman. The cultivation techniques used by the two are completely different. Moreover, that demon king's strength is comparable to the 3 great prodigies." Chapter 1665. Hearing that, everyone was silent. Indeed, what Chu Yu said was right. Although this young man in front of them could jump ranks to battle, shocking people. But no matter how they looked, he did not look like that mysterious demon king. Both sides were different regardless of whether it was cultivation method or strength. Perhaps this was just a slightly more powerful alchemy faction disciple. Everyone's eyes flickered. However, at this time, someone exclaimed, "Look, Ding Peng is here." Ding Peng, one of the 3 great prodigies. He was even recognized as the leader of the 3 great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably powerful. He was also the person most likely to enter the Yaoguang Holy Land in this Holy Land selection competition. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of others. Even those personal disciples also became nervous. Lin Xian's eyes similarly flickered, looking back. The person who came from behind was indeed Ding Peng. At this moment, his external injuries were already healed, and he also changed into a brand new robe, but his face was somewhat pale. He rushed towards the remote Moon Mountain range like a bolt of lightning, ignoring everyone along the way. Boom! Soon, he landed on an open space. However, Ding Peng's emotions were unstable. A cold light bloomed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "All get lost." Finally, a surge of energy gushed out of his body, accompanied by a thunderous voice, sweeping in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and all retreated. Even those personal disciples were not spared. At the same time, a trace of fear arose in their hearts. What was going on? They did not know why Ding Peng was angry at people, but now no one dared to step forward, all hiding far away. What a joke! The other party was the 3 great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing them. At this time, if targeted by the other party, it would definitely be incomparably miserable. What's wrong with this Ding Peng? Even Dan Feng and Xiao Qin, who were in the crowd, frowned. The two of their foresight was naturally not what others could compare to. They could feel that Ding Peng's aura was unstable. This was completely different from the other party's state before. That appearance was as if he had just experienced a great battle. What in the world happened? Dan Feng and Xiao Qin glanced at each other, both of their eyes carrying thick doubts. However, by the side, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps, he was the only one present who knew what had happened. The reason why Ding Peng was so angry was of course because he was defeated at his hands. In the previous battle, he had won and Ding Peng had lost. Not only that, but Ding Peng had also suffered serious injuries. Most likely, the other party had paid a heavy price to recover more than half of his strength. Most importantly, he had snatched all of the substandard divine crystals and supreme quality substandard divine crystals. Right now, it was within his dragon sword domain. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stopped paying attention. Instead, he found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged to silently refine the subdivine crystal he had obtained. The harvest this time was even greater. As one of the three great prodigies, not only was Ding Peng's strength formidable, he was even richer. The number of top-grade substandard god crystals in his hands far exceeded that of the other direct disciples. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to refine those supreme-grade substandard divine crystals, and he would definitely be able to break through to the 3-star king realm. At that time, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not delay and silently cultivated. A day later, the remote Moon Mountain range was finally opened. Immediately, countless martial artists became excited. Because this indicated that the first round of the sacred land selections was over. Lin Xian stood up as well. With a flash of his body, he flew forward. Among them, he felt a few unfriendly gazes. Among them, there were Purple Sun sect and High Void sect. There were also some from Alchemy sect. Among them, the sharpest gaze belonged to Alchemy sect's direct disciple, Chao Yun. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. If Chao Yun dared to attack him, he would not mind killing him. Not long after, Lin Xian entered the remote Moon Mountain range, handed over the complete jade pendant, and successfully passed the first round. Half a day later, the results were out. A total of 300 people had completed the test and passed the first round. Among them, all of the direct disciples had passed. As for the core disciples, more than half of them had been eliminated. This result could be said to be very cruel. Because there were more than 300 disciples from the three sects who came to participate. Together, there were nearly 1,000 people. However, only about 300 people passed in the end. The success rate was only 1/3. Moreover, this was only the first round. The second and third rounds would be even crueler. This was the sacred land selections. Only by passing the real test could one enter the Yaoguang sacred land. Moreover, even if they passed the first round, their hearts were extremely heavy. This was because they knew that according to the previous rules, only 1 or 2 people would be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred land in the end. Therefore, they had to use all of their strength to fight, and even perform better than usual. After the first round ended, the second round did not start immediately. Instead, they were allowed to rest for 2 days to recover the strength they had used in the first round. Lin Xian was even happier about this rule. He was worried that he did not have time to refine the subgrade divine crystals in his hands. Now that he had 2 days, it should be enough. As expected, on the evening of the second day, Lin Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed and reached the 3-star king realm. His strength had also undergone an earth-shaking change. Now, he could easily beat up a 5-star king. Even if he encountered a 6-star king, he could still put up a fight. This is great. Lin Xian was excited. I wonder if I will be able to contend with an almighty when I break through to the 4-star king realm. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. It was a quiet night. On the third day, the sun rose, and everyone was excited again. This was because from today onwards, the second round of the assessment would begin. This time, it was an arena elimination round. It tested the martial artist's endurance and physical strength. Of course, there was also a trace of luck. The location of the competition was a valley near the Hidden Moon Forest. Those disciples who had successfully passed the first round all followed the elders of their respective sects to this valley. The person in charge of the second round was the red-robed middle-aged man from before. In addition, there were some other martial artists who came from the Yaoguang's sacred land. Their expressions were cold, and there was even a trace of arrogance in their eyes. This was because they were from the sacred land. Even if they did not have a high status in the Yaoguang's sacred land and were most likely just servants. However, in front of the disciples of the three sects, they were still very cold and arrogant. In the valley, there were 3 huge array arenas that shone brightly, and a powerful defensive barrier flickered with radiance. These arrays came from the Yaoguang's sacred land, and their power was unpredictable. Chapter 1666. Everyone would draw lots for the competition. However, the 3 prodigies were an exception. The 3 of them would not meet in the second round. Each of them would occupy an arena. Only the top 3 in each arena would be qualified to advance. In other words, only 9 out of the 300 would successfully enter the third round. This elimination rate was even more terrifying. Everyone took a deep breath, especially the personal disciples. Their eyes shone with a shocking light. Because no matter what, they had to successfully break through. Enter the third round. Because the third round was very important. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, which were relatively closed off, the third round would be watched by the elders of the Radiant's sacred land. As long as they performed outstandingly in the third round, even if they could not take first place, they might be chosen by the elders of the Radiant's sacred land. Therefore, no matter what, they had to pass the second round and enter the third round. Lin Xian was not particularly excited about this. Because even the strongest of the 3 prodigies, Ding Peng, had been defeated by him. Moreover, he was only a 2-star king at that time. Now that he had successfully broken through to 3-star king, he was even stronger than before. If he fought with Ding Peng now, he would probably be able to defeat him within 10 moves. However, he also had his own worries, and that was Dan Chenzi and the entire alchemy sect. Firstly, it was because of the blue wave pill. Secondly, Dan Chenzi had given them another type of pill before they set off. That pill had reversed the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body. This meant that there was something wrong with the pill. However, why would Dan Chenzi give that pill to all the core disciples? Moreover, it was during the sacred land selection. He must be up to something. Moreover, Lin Xian had a premonition. He felt that Dan Chenzi would definitely make a shocking move during the sacred land selection. Therefore, he had to be careful. Soon, the 3 arenas were divided. Ding Peng would be in the first arena. Xiao Qing would be in the second arena. Dan Feng would be in the third arena. Lin Xian drew lots and was assigned to the third arena. The others also drew lots quickly and were evenly divided into the 3 categories. Among the personal disciples, Chao Yun and Sima Tong from the alchemy sect were also assigned to the third arena. Among them, Chao Yun looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. "Brat, it's best that I don't meet you in the arena, because if that's the case, you'll be dead." Hearing Chao Yun's threat, many martial artists near the stage trembled. There was no helping it. Chao Yunqing was a personal disciple, and his strength belonged to the extremely terrifying category. Anyone who was targeted by him would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but sigh for Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained expressionless. Even Ding Peng was no match for him now, let alone this Chao Yun in front of him. If he really met his opponent during the competition, he would just take care of him. Seeing that Lin Xian was expressionless and did not respond, not even showing a trace of fear. Chow Yun's face immediately darkened. The other party actually dared to ignore him, which made him very unhappy. Good, kid. Go ahead and be arrogant. You'll suffer when the time comes. After saying that, Chow Yun snorted coldly and stood to one side. Their arena number 3 had a tense atmosphere. The other two arenas were practically the same. Because this was no longer the first round. In the first round, the sect generally wouldn't make a move. But this second round was different. Everyone was an opponent. They had to bring out their best strength to compete for the top 3 of each arena. Among them, Chu Yu was assigned to arena number 1. Also in arena number 1 was Su Zidong, who was good at setting up traps. In arena number 2, the more conspicuous people were the Huanling siblings. There was also Hong Yu. Apart from them, there were other personal disciples. The scene was very lively for a moment. When everyone finished drawing lots and was assigned to the arena, the red-robed middle-aged man from the Wavering Light Holy Land stood on the high platform and looked down. Then, he said in a clear voice. Now, the competition began. Following the voice, the 3 judges appeared on the ring like phantoms. Their auras were very strong, reaching 6-star king realm. With such judges, 1 could prevent martial artists from cheating, and 2 could also prevent these sect disciples from being killed in the battle. After all, these disciples were all elite geniuses of the various sects to be able to reach this stage. It would be a pity to lose even 1. As the 3 judges went on stage, the surrounding atmosphere also became tense. Everyone was extremely excited, wishing that they could immediately go on stage, use their ultimate techniques, and win the competition. However, in the next moment, they were all extremely shocked. Because at this moment, the 3 people who went on stage were actually the 3 great prodigies. No one expected that the first round would actually be these 3 great prodigies. In arena number 1, Ding Peng was dressed in a green robe, and his entire person was incomparably fierce. Resplendent saber light surrounded his body, and his entire person was fierce and murderous. In arena number 2, there was a handsome young man in white. His expression was carefree, and his temperament was outstanding, like a banished immortal. In arena number 3, there was Dan Feng. She was a beautiful woman wearing a 5-colored robe, and her every move carried a noble aura. Around her, there were countless flames surrounding her, as if she was the queen of flames. The 3 people's auras were powerful, as deep as the sea, and they were above everyone else. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts sink, as if 3 ancient mountains were pressing down on them. The other 3 disciples who went on stage shook their heads and sighed. The 3 of them were just ordinary core disciples, and they did not expect that the first round would actually be against the 3 great prodigies. However, they were not cowards. Even if the other party was a prodigy, the 3 of them still had to fight. Humph. In arena number 1, Ding Ping snorted coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly became fierce, as if he was a god of death. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect Ding Peng to emit such a terrifying aura. Even the referee started to frown. Only Lin Xian knew that Ding Peng was extremely depressed in his heart, and if he did not find someone to vent it on, he would probably suffer internal injuries. Ding Peng's eyes were sharp, and he did not pull out his saber. He raised his fingers and waved quickly. Suddenly, a shocking and resplendent saber light quickly appeared. It was like a purple lightning, slashing down from the sky. That cold sharpness made everyone's hearts tremble. At this moment, the entire valley was illuminated by this saber light. As for his opponent, a disciple whose strength had reached the level of a 5-star king, he roared furiously. He used his king's domain to form many defenses. He even took out an ancient shield and blocked in front of him. Facing Ding Peng's casual attack, this 5-star king used his full strength. However, he still could not block it. The purple saber light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through his opponent's king's domain. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.